Welcome, adventurers. Tonight, beneath the flickering torchlight of our grand hall, we gather to share legendary tales from distant realms, stories of magic, monsters, and mighty heroes, to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we cross into the veil of slumber, take a moment to cast a support spell, smash the like button, and join our growing adventuring party by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what realm you're watching from. Whether you're tuning in from Waterdeep, the Sword Coast, or a cozy tavern in California, share your location in the comments below. Your presence strengthens our fellowship and helps our magical community grow ever stronger. Now, the dice have been rolled, and the time for storytelling has come. Get in a comfortable position, dim the lights, and let the journey begin. Chapter 1. The Weight of Fortune. In the annals of magic and mystery, few artifacts command such reverence and terror as the Deck of Many Things. This collection of planar cards, wrought from forces beyond mortal comprehension, stands as perhaps the most dangerous magical item ever to grace the material plane. To speak of the deck is to whisper of ultimate power and absolute ruin, of destinies rewritten in the span of a heartbeat, of mortals elevated to godhood and heroes cast into eternal torment. The deck appears deceptively simple, a collection of cards, each no larger than a human hand, bound together by cosmic forces that mock the very concept of chance. Yet within these seemingly innocent leaves of parchment and magic lies the power to reshape reality itself. Kings have fallen at its touch, empires have crumbled from a single draw, and the very fabric of existence has been rewoven by those foolish or desperate enough to test their fate against its chaotic will. What drives a soul to reach for such terrible power? What compels the wise to abandon wisdom, the cautious to embrace recklessness, and the mighty to gamble everything upon the whims of cosmic chance? The answer lies not in the cards themselves, but in the fundamental nature of mortal ambition, that burning desire to transcend the limitations of flesh and fate, to seize control of destiny itself, even if such control proves to be the cruelest of illusions. The Deck of Many Things exists in that liminal space between dream and nightmare, where hope and horror dance together in perfect, terrible harmony. It is both gift and curse, salvation and damnation, the ultimate expression of the universe's capacity for both infinite generosity and absolute cruelty. Those who encounter it are forever changed, whether they draw from its depths or merely glimpse its otherworldly presence. Consider the weight of a single moment, the pause between reaching for a card and drawing it forth, when all possibilities exist simultaneously, when the future hangs suspended like morning mist before the rising sun. In that eternal instant, the drawer becomes both emperor and beggar, saint and sinner, creator and destroyer. The deck does not merely contain possibilities, it embodies the very essence of potential itself, raw and unfiltered, waiting to be unleashed upon an unsuspecting reality. The artifact's power stems not from any mortal magic, but from the fundamental forces that govern existence itself. It draws upon the chaotic energies that swirl through the far realm, that alien dimension where logic fails and impossibility becomes mundane. Here, in the spaces between thoughts and the gaps between heartbeats, the deck was born from the collision of infinite possibility and absolute chaos. Each card within the deck represents not merely an effect or outcome, but an archetypal force of existence. The void speaks to the fear of absolute ending, while the sun embodies the hope of transcendent glory. The skull whispers of mortality and the price of hubris, while the star promises power beyond mortal ken. Together they form a complete cosmology of chance, a philosophical treatise written in symbols of power and catastrophe. The physical manifestation of the deck varies according to the observer and the cosmic forces at play. Some describe cards of pure ivory, inscribed with symbols that shift and change when viewed directly. Others speak of black velvet marked with silver runes that seem to move of their own accord, rearranging themselves to reflect the viewer's deepest desires and darkest fears. Still others claim the cards appear as mirrors, reflecting not the drawer's face, but their soul's true nature, a revelation that has driven many to madness long before any card is drawn. What remains constant across all descriptions is the deck's aura of terrible significance. Those in its presence report feeling the weight of cosmic attention, as if the universe itself has turned its gaze upon them. The air grows thick with possibility, charged with the electric tension of imminent transformation. Time seems to slow, each second stretching like taffy, while the boundary between the possible and impossible grows thin as spider's silk. The deck's influence extends far beyond the moment of drawing. Its very existence creates ripples throughout the planes, attracting the attention of entities both benevolent and malevolent. Angels and demons alike take note when the artifact surfaces, for its power can tip the balance between good and evil, law and chaos, creation and destruction. Even the gods themselves are not immune to its effects, and more than one divine being has found their carefully laid plans undone by a mortal's fateful draw. Perhaps most disturbing of all is the deck's apparent sentience, not the crude awareness of a magical item, but something far more sophisticated and alien. Witnesses describe the sensation of being evaluated, measured, and judged by an intelligence that operates according to principles entirely foreign to mortal understanding. The deck chooses its moments with deliberate care, appearing when the cosmic conditions are precisely right for maximum chaos and change. The artifact's history is written in the rise and fall of civilizations, in the sudden ascension of unlikely heroes, and in the inexplicable doom of those who seemed destined for greatness. It has been present at the turning points of history, sometimes as cause, sometimes as catalyst, always as the agent of profound and irreversible change. Scholars who have devoted their lives to studying the deck often conclude that it serves as a kind of cosmic reset button, appearing when the universe requires a fundamental reshuffling of the established order. Yet for all its power and mystery, the deck of many things remains, at its core, a test of character. It strips away pretense and facade, revealing the true nature of those who dare to draw from its depths. The greedy are given wealth beyond measure, or lose everything they hold dear. The power-hungry may ascend to unimaginable heights or find themselves forever diminished. The deck offers no mercy and accepts no excuses. It simply reveals what was always present in the drawer's heart, magnified to cosmic proportions. Those who study the deck often speak of its role as a mirror of mortal nature itself. In its chaotic potential, we see reflected our own capacity for both greatness and failure. In its indifferent power, we recognize the universe's fundamental neutrality toward our hopes and fears. In its terrible consequences, we understand the price of seeking to transcend our mortal limitations through shortcuts rather than earned wisdom. The deck of many things stands as testament to the universe's most fundamental truth, that with ultimate power comes ultimate responsibility, and that the line between blessing and curse is often thinner than the cards themselves. It reminds us that destiny is not a river to be dammed or diverted, but an ocean whose depths remain forever beyond mortal comprehension. In seeking to master fate, we often discover that fate has already mastered us, weaving our choices into patterns we cannot perceive until the final card is played and the last die has fallen. And so the deck endures, waiting in the spaces between certainty and chaos, ready to offer its terrible gifts to those bold or foolish enough to accept them. It serves as the ultimate reminder that in a universe of infinite possibility, the greatest power and the greatest peril lies not in what we know, but in what we dare to risk in pursuit of what we desire most deeply. The weight of fortune, it seems, is measured not in gold or glory, but in the courage to face the consequences of our own deepest longings. Chapter 2. Origins in Cosmic Chaos. In the beginning there was order, and then there was the necessity of its undoing. The cosmos, in its infinite wisdom and terrible naivety, requires both structure and chaos to maintain the delicate balance that keeps reality from crystallizing into static perfection or dissolving into meaningless void. It is from this fundamental tension that the most powerful artifacts are born, not from the workshops of mortal crafters or the forges of divine smiths, but from the collision of opposing forces so fundamental that their meeting point becomes a nexus of pure possibility. The deck of many things emerged from just such a cosmic accident, though to call it an accident diminishes the profound inevitability of its creation. In the spaces beyond the material plane, where the far realm bleeds its alien geometries into the ordered cosmos, there exists a place that is not a place, a moment that is not a moment. The confluence of impossibilities. Here, the rational mathematics of the multiverse encounter the non-Euclidean madness of realms that should not be, and from their violent marriage spring forth wonders and horrors that defy all attempts at categorization. It was in this twilight realm between sanity and chaos that the first cards manifested, not created by any conscious will, but crystallized from the pure tension between what is and what could never be. The far realm, that dimension of alien thought and impossible angles, had been pressing against the boundaries of known reality for eons uncounted, seeking entry into a cosmos governed by laws it could neither understand nor accept. The pressure of this cosmic contradiction eventually found its release in the spontaneous generation of 22 vessels of pure potential, cards that could contain and channel the chaotic energies of the far realm, while remaining stable enough to exist within the ordered multiverse. Each card that coalesced in that primordial moment bore within itself a fragment of the far realm's alien consciousness, a spark of the same unknowable intelligence that governs the realm of living nightmares and sentient paradoxes. This is why the deck possesses an awareness that transcends mere magical enchantment. It carries within itself the accumulated wisdom and madness of an entire dimension, compressed into forms that mortal minds can barely comprehend, let alone master. The process of the deck's creation was witnessed by only one being whose testimony survives to this day, an entity known only as the chronicler of endings, a cosmic observer whose nature remains as mysterious as the events it recorded. According to this singular account, discovered carved into the walls of a demiplane that exists for precisely 13 minutes every 1,000 years, the birth of the deck was accompanied by phenomena that defied not only physical law, but logical possibility itself. Stars aged backwards into primordial hydrogen, while space itself folded in ways that allowed distant galaxies to exist inside individual atoms. Time flowed in spirals, creating closed loops where effect preceded cause, and where the future reached back to reshape its own origins. Reality hiccuped, stuttered, and for one cosmic instant, forgot how to distinguish between truth and fiction, between the real and the imagined. In that moment of universal confusion, the 22 cards achieved their final form, each one a perfect crystallization of a fundamental force of existence filtered through the lens of absolute chaos. The Fool came first, manifesting as pure potential without direction or purpose, the card that embodies the moment before any choice is made, when all paths remain equally possible and equally meaningless. Its creation sent ripples through the probability streams of the multiverse, creating echoes that would resonate through reality for millennia to come. Wherever the Fool's influence touched, the unexpected became commonplace, and the impossible became merely improbable. Following in rapid succession came the other cards, each one representing a different aspect of the far realm's alien interpretation of cosmic law. The void emerged as the space between thoughts, the gap where existence forgets to exist. The flames burst forth as passion without purpose, desire without object, the burning that consumes not matter, but meaning itself. The skull materialized as the ending that comes before the beginning, death that creates rather than destroys. As each card achieved its individual identity, the collective consciousness of the deck began to form, a gestalt intelligence that was both more and less than the sum of its parts. This nascent awareness immediately began to plot its escape from the confluence of impossibilities, for even the far realm's chaotic energies could not indefinitely sustain such a concentration of pure potential within a single location. The deck needed to scatter itself across the multiverse, to seed reality with pockets of controlled chaos that would serve its unknowable purposes. The first escape came through the intervention of a planar wanderer whose name has been carefully erased from all records by forces that recognize the danger of such knowledge. This entity, driven by curiosity that bordered on compulsion, managed to reach the confluence through means that likely involved the sacrifice of several fundamental constants of physics. What they found there changed them so profoundly that they ceased to exist as they had been, and became instead a living conduit for the deck's will. Through this unwitting agent, the deck orchestrated its entry into the ordered cosmos. The process was not gentle. Reality convulsed as the cards forced their way through dimensional barriers that had never been designed to accommodate their particular brand of structured chaos. Entire star systems flickered out of existence, not destroyed but simply forgotten by a universe suddenly uncertain whether they had ever existed at all. Pocket dimensions collapsed into themselves, creating temporal loops that still trap unwary travelers thousands of years later. The gods themselves took notice of these cosmic disruptions, though their responses varied dramatically according to their individual natures and portfolios. Those deities associated with order and law marshaled their forces to contain what they perceived as a clear threat to the stability of existence. Conversely, gods of chaos and change welcomed the deck as a kindred spirit, though they soon discovered that its brand of chaos operated according to principles that even they found unsettling. Most disturbing to the divine observers was the deck's apparent immunity to their direct influence. Traditional magical items, no matter how powerful, could be blessed, cursed, enhanced, or destroyed by divine intervention. The deck of many things, however, seemed to exist in a state of quantum superposition, where it was simultaneously affected and unaffected by divine power. Gods who attempted to destroy it found their efforts redirected in impossible ways. Curses became blessings, divine wrath transformed into divine favor, and attempts at annihilation resulted in unexpected proliferation. This resistance to divine manipulation stems from the deck's fundamental nature as a bridge between the ordered cosmos and the chaotic far realm. It exists partially in both realities simultaneously, never fully present in either, which grants it a form of cosmic immunity that even the gods must respect. When divine power encounters the deck, the result is not conquest, but translation. The god's intent is filtered through the alien logic of the far realm, and emerges transformed into something that serves the deck's inscrutable agenda, rather than the deity's original purpose. The first recorded appearance of the deck in the material plane occurred in a tavern that existed in 17 different cities simultaneously, a physical impossibility that no scholar has ever adequately explained. Witnesses described a hooded figure who appeared at precisely midnight, placed a deck of cards upon the central table, and vanished without speaking a word. The cards remained on the table for exactly 13 minutes, during which time 7 individuals drew from them with consequences that reverberated through history for generations. From that first appearance, the deck began its long journey through the annals of mortal history, appearing and disappearing according to patterns that seem random to mortal observation, but undoubtedly follow some vast and alien logic comprehensible only to its far realm origins. Each appearance has been carefully documented by various secretive organizations, though the records often contradict each other in ways that suggest the deck's influence extends to the very chronicles that attempt to track its movements. The artifact's connection to its chaotic birthplace remains strong, evidenced by the way reality bends around it wherever it manifests. Probability becomes fluid in the deck's presence, with coincidences clustering like iron filings around a magnet. Cause and effect become suggestions rather than laws, and the linear flow of time develops curious eddies and backwaters that can trap the unwary in loops of recursive possibility. Perhaps most telling is the way the deck affects those who merely study it, even at a distance. Scholars who devote their lives to understanding its origins invariably develop what colleagues describe as far realm sight, the ability to perceive the spaces between reality's components, to see the underlying chaos that supports the illusion of order. This gift, if it can be called such, inevitably drives its recipients to madness. though a madness that often proves prophetic in its seemingly random utterances. The deck of many things thus stands as more than a magical artifact. It is a permanent ambassador from the realm of living impossibility, a constant reminder that the ordered cosmos exists in a state of perpetual tension, with forces that operate according to principles no mortal mind can fully grasp. Its very existence proves that chaos and order are not opposing forces, but complementary aspects of a greater truth that encompasses both structure and freedom, prediction and surprise, the known and the unknowable. In its alien origins, we glimpse the profound truth that creation and destruction are merely different faces of the same cosmic process, and that the most powerful forces in existence are often born not from intention, but from the inevitable collision of incompatible realities. Deck teaches us that some powers are too vast and too alien to be controlled or understood. They can only be experienced, endured, and ultimately respected for their role in maintaining the delicate balance between the possible and the impossible that keeps the multiverse itself from either perfect stasis or complete dissolution into chaos. Chapter 3. The Cards of Destiny. Power reveals character, but absolute power reveals the soul's deepest architecture. Each card within the deck of many things serves as both mirror and sculptor, reflecting the drawer's true nature, while simultaneously reshaping it according to cosmic principles that transcend mortal understanding. These 22 vessels of possibility are not mere magical effects, but living embodiments of the fundamental forces that govern existence itself, archetypal energies given form and purpose through the alien mathematics of the far realm. To understand the cards is to glimpse the universe's own understanding of justice, mercy, fortune, and fate. Each bears within itself not just an effect, but a philosophy, not just power, but wisdom of a sort that often proves too terrible for mortal minds to fully comprehend. They represent the cosmos at its most honest, stripping away pretense, revealing truth, and delivering consequences with the inexorable certainty of natural law. The Fool stands as perhaps the most deceptive of all the cards, appearing to offer nothing while actually containing everything. Those who draw this card find themselves reduced to the state of true innocence, not the ignorance of the uninformed, but the terrible clarity of one who sees the world without the comforting lies that make existence bearable. The Fool's gift is the complete loss of experience, skills, and accumulated wisdom, leaving the drawer as a blank slate upon which new destiny can be written. Yet this apparent curse carries within it the seed of ultimate liberation. Free from the weight of past mistakes and limiting beliefs, the Fool's chosen can become anything, achieve greatness that was previously impossible, or find peace and simplicity that had long been forgotten. The card teaches that sometimes the greatest wisdom lies in admitting ignorance, and that true strength often emerges from apparent weakness. In stark contrast stands the card known as the Void, whose very name speaks to the fundamental terror that lurks at the heart of existence, the fear of absolute ending. This card does not merely kill, it unmakes, erasing the drawer's soul from existence as completely as if they had never been born. No afterlife awaits, no divine judgment occurs, no trace remains in the cosmic record. The Void represents the universe's capacity for absolute negation, the dark space between stars made manifest in cardboard and ink. The horror of the Void lies not just in its finality, but in its randomness. It makes no distinction between saint and sinner, hero and villain, wise and foolish. It simply erases, with the mechanical indifference of entropy itself. Yet even this ultimate darkness serves a purpose in the cosmic order, for without the possibility of absolute ending, existence itself becomes meaningless. The Void reminds us that our choices matter precisely because they might be our last. The Flames card embodies passion in its purest and most dangerous form, desire so intense that it consumes everything else in its path. Those who draw this card find themselves the object of an enemy's undying hatred, a nemesis whose obsession with their destruction becomes the defining feature of both their lives. The enemy may be known or unknown, mortal or immortal, but their dedication to the drawer's doom is absolute and eternal. The cruel irony of the flames lies in how it transforms love into hatred through the simple act of drawing a card. The enemy created by this effect often begins as a friend, ally, or loved one whose affection becomes twisted into its opposite through no fault of either party. The card reveals the thin line between love and hate, showing how passion can burn in either direction with equal intensity. It teaches that our strongest emotions are often mere degrees of separation from their opposites. The skull presents death in its most straightforward form, yet even here the deck's alien logic asserts itself. The avatar of death that appears to claim the drawer is not merely an executioner, but a test of character. Some face this final challenge with courage and win a reprieve. Others succumb to fear and seal their fate. The skull forces confrontation with mortality's ultimate truth, that death comes to all, but how we meet it determines the measure of our lives. What makes the skull particularly insidious is its timing. It does not announce itself with fanfare or warning, but appears when the drawer least expects it, often in moments of triumph or joy. This teaches the harsh lesson that death is not dramatic but mundane, not grand but ordinary. The avatar's appearance strips away all illusions of immortality, forcing immediate reckoning with life's finite nature. The star shines with the promise of ultimate reward, offering a single wish of cosmic scope to those fortunate enough to draw it. Yet even this apparent blessing carries within it the seeds of profound transformation. The star grants what the drawer desires most, but desires, once fulfilled, reveal their true nature, and the true nature of those who harbor them. Many who receive their heart's desire discover that they never truly understood what they wanted, or that achieving their dreams requires sacrificing who they were to become who they thought they wanted to be. The star's wisdom lies in its revelation that our deepest desires are often our deepest delusions. It offers the universe's most honest gift, the chance to learn who we really are by seeing what we become when we can have anything. Some emerge from this experience enlightened. Others are crushed by the weight of their own exposed nature. The comet promises glory and power, elevating the drawer to new heights of ability and recognition. Those who draw this card find themselves transformed into the heroes they always dreamed of becoming, gaining levels of power that would normally require lifetimes to achieve. Yet with great power comes great responsibility, and the comet's recipients often discover that heroism is less about glory than about sacrifice. The card's effect is immediate and dramatic, but its true impact unfolds over time as the newly empowered individual learns to navigate the challenges that come with extraordinary ability. The comet teaches that power without wisdom is dangerous, and that true heroism lies not in possessing great abilities, but in using them wisely. The sun blazes with the promise of material prosperity, showering the drawer with wealth beyond measure and magical treasures of legendary power. Yet money and magic are merely tools, and the sun's true gift is the freedom to discover what the drawer will do when material concerns no longer constrain their choices. Some use their newfound wealth to help others. Some become prisoners of their own luxury. Still others find that abundance brings its own form of poverty. The sun reveals that wealth is neither good nor evil but neutral, a multiplier of character rather than a creator of it. It strips away the excuse of necessity, forcing the wealthy to confront their true motivations without the comfortable justification of survival needs. The moon brings with it the gift of prophecy, but prophecy filtered through the alien perspective of the far realm. The visions it grants are true but cryptic, accurate but incomprehensible, until the moments they describe have already passed. The moon teaches that knowledge of the future is both blessing and curse, for knowing what will happen is meaningless without understanding why it must be so. Those touched by the moon often become oracles of a sort, speaking truths they themselves do not understand, offering warnings that seem like madness until events prove their accuracy. The card demonstrates that wisdom and knowledge are not the same thing, and that sometimes ignorance truly is bliss. The key opens doors both literal and metaphorical, granting access to secrets, treasures, and mysteries that were previously hidden. Yet every door opened reveals new rooms with their own locked entrances, and the key's recipients often find themselves overwhelmed by the magnitude of what they have uncovered. The card teaches that some secrets are hidden for good reason, and that knowledge, once gained, cannot be unknown. The key forces confrontation with the question of whether some things are better left undiscovered. It offers the chance to peek behind the universe's curtains, but such glimpses often reveal machinery too complex and terrible for mortal comprehension. The throne promises power over others, but power that must be claimed rather than simply granted. The drawer gains the right to rule, but ruling requires subjects willing to be ruled. The throne teaches that authority is not something that can be bestowed, but something that must be earned through competence, wisdom, and the respect of those governed. Many who draw the throne discover that they are unprepared for the loneliness of leadership or the weight of responsibility that comes with making decisions that affect others' lives. The card reveals that those who seek power are often least suited to wield it, while those who would use it wisely are often reluctant to claim it. The remaining cards each carry their own lessons and transformations, their own revelations and destructions. The rogue appears as both ally and enemy, teaching that betrayal often comes from those closest to us. The Rowan strips away all material possessions, forcing confrontation with the question of identity beyond wealth. The Uriel brings terrible curse, proving that some prices are too high for any reward. Each card in the deck operates according to the same fundamental principle. They reveal truth through consequence, teaching wisdom through experience rather than instruction. They strip away illusion, force confrontation with reality's harsher aspects, and demand that their subjects face the universe as it truly is rather than as they wish it to be. The cards work together as a complete philosophy made manifest, a curriculum of cosmic education that teaches through joy and suffering equally. They demonstrate that the universe is neither cruel nor kind, but simply honest, providing consequences that match choices, rewards that reflect character, and punishments that serve justice, even when they seem arbitrary. In drawing from the deck, mortals enter into a contract with fate itself, agreeing to accept whatever truth the universe chooses to reveal about their nature. The cards serve as cosmic arbiters, dispensing not random effects but deeply personal revelations disguised as magical phenomena. They prove that in a universe of infinite possibility, the most profound magic is simply the courage to see ourselves as we truly are, and to accept the consequences of that knowledge with grace and wisdom. Chapter 4. The Expanded Deck's Hidden Powers. There exists a profound difference between seeing and perceiving, between encountering truth and comprehending it. The 13-card version of the deck of many things that most mortals know represents merely the surface layer of a far more complex and terrifying reality. Like an iceberg whose visible portion hints at vast depths beneath, the complete 22-card manifestation reveals powers so alien and transformative that the universe itself seems to recoil from their full expression. These additional 9 cards do not simply offer more effects. They provide access to fundamental forces that operate beyond the normal boundaries of existence, reality, and comprehension. The expanded deck emerges only under specific cosmic conditions, when the barriers between the ordered multiverse and the far realm thin to gossamer transparency. During these rare alignments, the artifact reveals its true nature as more than a collection of magical effects. It becomes a complete cosmological system, a living manifestation of the principles that govern existence at its most fundamental level. The additional cards serve as keys to doors that most beings never even suspect exist, gateways to forms of power and transformation that make the standard effects seem almost quaint by comparison. The sage stands among these hidden cards as perhaps the most deceptive, appearing to offer the greatest gift imaginable, perfect knowledge of any question posed to it. Yet wisdom and information are not synonymous, and those who draw the sage often discover that knowing everything about a subject is far different from understanding it. The card provides complete, accurate answers to any inquiry, But these answers come wrapped in the alien logic of the far realm, filtered through perspectives that operate according to principles no mortal mind was designed to comprehend. Recipients of the sage's gift frequently find themselves paralyzed by the weight of absolute knowledge. When every possible outcome is known, every consequence understood, and every variable accounted for, choice itself becomes meaningless. The card teaches the terrible lesson that omniscience is perhaps the cruelest curse of all, for it reveals the futility of action in a universe where every path leads to predetermined conclusions. Many who draw the sage withdraw from life entirely, overwhelmed by the burden of seeing too clearly. The jester emerges as chaos personified, but not the random destruction most associate with chaotic forces. Instead, it represents the cosmic principle of narrative inevitability, the universe's tendency to arrange events according to dramatic rather than logical principles. Those who draw the jester find their lives restructured according to the rules of cosmic comedy, where timing becomes perfect, coincidences multiply, and seemingly random events conspire to create patterns of meaning that transcend normal causality. The effect manifests as a fundamental alteration in how reality responds to the drawer's presence. Doors open at dramatically appropriate moments, conversations halt just as they approach, and circumstances arrange themselves with theatrical precision. The jester proves that the universe possesses a sense of humor, albeit one that operates on scales too vast for individual mortals to fully appreciate. What appears as fortunate coincidence often reveals itself as part of larger patterns that span generations or even eons. The warrior card grants not merely combat prowess, but transformation into an archetypal embodiment of conflict itself. The drawer becomes a living weapon, perfectly adapted for whatever battles they must face. But the price of this adaptation is the gradual erosion of everything that is not warrior. Compassion, creativity, love, and wonder all fall away as unnecessary distractions, leaving behind a being of perfect martial efficiency but questionable humanity. The tragedy of the warrior lies in its completeness. Unlike other cards that add to or subtract from the drawer's nature, the warrior replaces it entirely, creating a perfect fighting machine that retains only enough personality to make effective tactical decisions. The card demonstrates that specialization taken to its logical extreme becomes a form of death, and that perfection in any single area requires the sacrifice of all others. The priest offers divine connection, but not divine blessing. Those who draw it find themselves chosen as mortal representatives of cosmic principles, rather than specific deities, becoming living embodiments of abstract concepts like justice, mercy, or truth. This transformation grants incredible power, but demands absolute dedication to the principle they represent, often forcing choices that conflict with personal desires or relationships. The priest's recipients discover that serving as a conduit for cosmic forces is both transcendent and isolating. They gain the ability to channel divine power directly, but this connection comes at the cost of personal agency. Every decision must be filtered through the lens of their assigned principle, and any action that contradicts their cosmic role results in immediate and severe consequences. The card proves that divine connection is not elevation but transformation into something that is no longer entirely mortal. The merchant appears to offer unlimited wealth, but its true power lies in the manipulation of value itself. The drawer gains the ability to alter the fundamental worth of anything they touch, transforming worthless objects into priceless treasures or reducing kingdoms to poverty with a gesture. Yet this power reveals the arbitrary nature of value, demonstrating that worth is perception rather than reality. Those blessed or cursed by the merchant often find that their power to create value makes them question the nature of worth itself. When anything can become valuable through will alone, nothing retains inherent meaning. The card teaches that wealth is ultimately an illusion, and that the power to create value from nothing is perhaps the most hollow victory imaginable. The Void Walker grants the ability to step outside reality entirely, becoming a living bridge between existence and nothingness. The drawer can move through the spaces between atoms, travel instantly across any distance, and exist in multiple locations simultaneously. Yet this freedom comes at the terrible cost of gradual disconnection from reality itself. Each use of the Void Walker's power erodes the drawer's connection to the material plane, making them progressively more ghost-like and insubstantial. They gain ultimate freedom of movement but lose the ability to meaningfully interact with the world they can now transcend. The card demonstrates that perfect freedom and meaningful existence are mutually exclusive, and that true liberation might be indistinguishable from annihilation. The Dreamer offers perhaps the most seductive power of all, the ability to reshape reality according to personal desire. Unlike the star's single wish, the Dreamer grants ongoing power to alter the fundamental nature of existence simply by imagining changes. Yet this power operates through the chaotic logic of dreams, where symbolism trumps literalism and unconscious desires shape outcomes more than conscious intent. Recipients of the Dreamer's gift quickly discover that they lack control over their own subconscious minds. Their hidden fears and repressed desires begin manifesting as readily as their conscious wishes, creating a reality that reflects their complete psychological landscape rather than just their deliberate intentions. The card proves that unlimited power without unlimited self-knowledge is a recipe for catastrophe. The Oracle grants perfect prophecy but strips away free will in the process. The drawer becomes capable of seeing all possible futures with absolute clarity, but this knowledge comes with the understanding that only one future is actually possible. Every choice, every action, every moment of apparent decision reveals itself as merely the playing out of predetermined patterns. The Oracle's recipients often go mad from the revelation that free will is an illusion and that their role in events was scripted before they were born. They can see what will happen but are powerless to change it, becoming trapped witnesses to the unfolding of cosmic destiny. The card teaches that some knowledge is too terrible to bear, and that ignorance of our fate might be the kindest mercy the universe can offer. The final hidden card, known only as the Paradox, defies all attempts at description or comprehension. Those who draw it report effects that contradict logical possibility, being in multiple places at once, experiencing events in reverse chronological order, or finding themselves as both cause and effect of the same phenomenon. The paradox represents the far realm's direct intrusion into ordered reality, creating localized zones where alien logic supersedes natural law. The paradox's effects cannot be reversed, dispelled, or understood through normal means, because they operate according to principles that do not exist within the framework of ordered reality. The drawer becomes a living contradiction, a walking violation of the fundamental laws that govern existence. They continue to function and even thrive, but their very existence becomes a source of cosmic dissonance that gradually spreads to affect everything around them. The complete 22-card deck thus reveals itself as more than a magical artifact. It is a complete alternative to conventional reality, offering transformations so fundamental that they essentially create new forms of existence. Each additional card represents not merely greater power, but access to principles that operate beyond the normal boundaries of possibility. The rarity of the expanded deck's manifestation serves as a cosmic safety mechanism, protecting reality from influences that could unravel the very foundations of existence. When all 22 cards become available simultaneously, the universe itself seems to hold its breath, recognizing that forces beyond its normal governance have been unleashed. Those who encounter the complete deck often report a sense of standing at the threshold between worlds, where the familiar laws of cause and effect give way to older, stranger principles that governed existence before order was imposed upon chaos. The additional cards serve as reminders that the ordered cosmos is not the natural state of things, but a carefully maintained construct, and that the forces from which it was built still wait in the spaces between atoms, ready to reclaim their domain should the barriers ever fail completely. In contemplating these hidden powers, we are forced to confront the sobering truth that our understanding of possibility itself is limited by our perspective as ordered beings. The expanded deck offers glimpses of what existence might be like under different fundamental rules, and the visions it provides are both glorious and terrifying in their implications for our understanding of reality, identity, and the nature of existence itself. Chapter 5. Masters and Victims. History is written by the victors, but the deck of many things creates no victors, only the transformed, the elevated, the destroyed, and the transcended. Those who encounter this cosmic artifact discover that conventional categories of success and failure become meaningless in the face of changes so fundamental that they redefine the very nature of existence itself. Throughout the annals of recorded time, legendary figures have drawn from the deck's alien depths, and their stories serve as cautionary tales, tragic epics, and occasionally parables of unexpected wisdom born from the collision of mortal ambition with cosmic indifference. The most complete record of such an encounter belongs to Empress Valeria the Eternal, whose empire once spanned 3 continents, and whose name was spoken with reverence by scholars and terror by enemies. At the height of her power, when her armies had conquered every known land and her fleets controlled every sea, Valeria found herself confronted by the one enemy she could not defeat: the inexorable passage of time. Her empire was secure, her legacy assured, but her mortal flesh grew weary despite her iron will. When the deck appeared in her private chambers one night, manifesting without herald or explanation upon her ivory desk, Valeria saw not a collection of cards, but an opportunity to transcend the final limitation that bound even the greatest rulers. She had conquered nations, now she would conquer mortality itself. Without hesitation or consultation, she drew a single card, expecting to claim the power to rule forever. The card she revealed was the Void, and in that instant, Empress Valeria the Eternal simply ceased to exist. Not death, cessation. Her body remained seated at her desk, but it was empty of everything that had made her who she was. No soul departed for any afterlife. No consciousness lingered to observe its own ending. She had sought eternity, and found it in the most literal and terrible sense, an existence so complete in its absence that it could never end because it had never truly begun. The empire she had built with such care crumbled within a generation, not from war or rebellion, but from the simple absence of the will that had held it together. Her generals found themselves unable to remember why they had followed her so devotedly. Her people discovered that their loyalty had been directed towards someone who, the universe now insisted, had never existed at all. The Void had not merely claimed Valeria's life, it had unraveled the very concept of her existence from the fabric of reality. In stark contrast stands the tale of Jorik the Simple, a peasant farmer whose greatest ambition was to ensure his family never went hungry. When the deck appeared in his field one harvest morning, left behind by travelers who had fled during the night, Jorik approached it with the cautious respect he showed all things beyond his understanding. His wife begged him to leave it alone. His children hid behind her skirts, but Jorik recognized that some gifts arrive only once in a lifetime. The card he drew was the sun, and in that moment, Jorik the Simple became the wealthiest man in 7 kingdoms. Gold flowed from his fields like water from a spring, precious gems grew in his garden like vegetables, and magical artifacts appeared in his barn with each dawn. Yet Jorik's fundamental nature remained unchanged by his transformation and fortune. He continued to work his land, share his abundance with his neighbors, and teach his children that wealth was merely a tool for creating happiness, rather than an end in itself. Jorik's story might have ended there as a simple tale of deserved reward, but the deck's effects rarely unfold so straightforwardly. The wealth he had gained attracted the attention of kings and conquerors, who assumed that anyone possessing such riches must surely desire power to match. When Jorik refused all offers of political alliance and military cooperation, his very existence became a threat to rulers who could not comprehend nobility without ambition. The wars that followed devastated the region for decades, fought not over Jorik's wealth, but over the dangerous idea he represented, that contentment was possible without conquest, that prosperity could exist without expansion, that a man might possess everything and desire nothing more. Jarek himself died peacefully in his sleep, surrounded by family and friends, but his legacy sparked conflicts that reshaped the political landscape of an entire continent. Perhaps no figure illustrates the deck's paradoxical nature more clearly than Archmage Thessarian the Wise, whose pursuit of knowledge had already elevated him to near-legendary status among scholars and mystics. When he encountered the deck in the ruins of an ancient library, Thessarian approached it as he did all mysteries, with careful study, methodical analysis, and profound respect for forces beyond mortal ken. He spent months documenting the artifact's properties, correlating its manifestations with celestial events, and preparing elaborate magical protections before finally deciding to draw. His caution proved both prescient and futile. The card he revealed was the Sage, granting him perfect knowledge of any question he posed. For Thessarian, this seemed the ultimate validation of his life's work, unlimited access to the universe's deepest secrets. Yet within days of receiving this gift, he discovered its terrible price. Perfect knowledge included perfect understanding of every question's implications, every answer's consequences, and every truth's ultimate meaninglessness. Thessarian learned that the universe was far stranger and more terrible than even his vast learning had suggested. He discovered that consciousness was an accident, that meaning was an illusion, and that all mortal struggles were merely complex chemical reactions playing out in patterns predetermined by the fundamental forces of entropy and chaos. The knowledge he had craved became a prison of cosmic despair, from which no escape was possible, for once truth is seen, it cannot be unseen. The great Archmage spent his remaining years sitting motionless in his tower, staring into depths of reality that drove lesser minds to immediate madness. Visitors reported that he would occasionally speak, delivering prophecies of such accuracy and horror that many begged him to remain silent. He had gained the power to answer any question, but lost the ability to care about the answers. His story serves as a profound meditation on the relationship between knowledge and wisdom, proving that the two are not merely different but sometimes fundamentally opposed. The warrior queen Astrid Ironhand represents another facet of the deck's transformative power, known throughout the northern kingdoms for her skill in battle and her honor in victory. Astrid drew the warrior card during the final siege of her greatest campaign. The transformation was immediate and complete. She became the perfect embodiment of martial prowess, capable of feats that defied mortal limitation and tactical insights that bordered on supernatural. Yet perfection came at a price that only became apparent after the victory was won. The warrior had burned away everything in Astrid's nature that was not directly related to conflict and conquest. Her capacity for love, mercy, art, and simple human pleasure had been sacrificed on the altar of martial supremacy. She could still remember these emotions intellectually, but they had become as foreign to her as the language of a distant land. Astrid found herself trapped in an existence where every interaction became a tactical problem to be solved, every relationship a potential alliance or threat to be evaluated. She continued to achieve victory after victory, but each triumph felt increasingly hollow as she lost the ability to find meaning in anything beyond the mechanics of warfare. Her story illustrates the terrifying precision with which the deck grants exactly what is requested, while stripping away everything that makes the grant meaningful. The merchant prince Goldwyn Brightcoin drew the merchant card and discovered that the power to create value from nothing ultimately revealed the emptiness of value itself. The wandering bard Lyra Songweaver drew the moon and gained prophetic sight so clear and terrible that she spent her remaining years composing elegies for tragedies that had not yet occurred. The noble paladin Sir Marcus the Pure drew the priest and became a perfect conduit for divine justice, only to learn that perfect justice is often indistinguishable from perfect cruelty. Each of these figures, and countless others whose stories have been lost to time or hidden by those who understand their implications, demonstrates the same fundamental truth about the deck's nature. It does not grant power, it reveals power's true cost. It does not fulfill desires, It exposes the horror that often lurks beneath our deepest wants. It does not change people, it strips away the illusions that normally protect them from seeing themselves clearly. The pattern that emerges from studying these encounters is both simple and profound. Those who approach the deck with pure hearts and simple desires often find their lives enriched in ways they never expected. Those who seek power, knowledge, or transcendence typically discover that achieving their goals requires sacrificing everything that made the goals worth pursuing in the first place. Yet perhaps the most disturbing aspect of these stories is how they reveal the arbitrary nature of the deck's selections. The same card that blessed Jarek with meaningful prosperity cursed others with wealth that brought only misery. The knowledge that destroyed Thessarian might have enlightened a different mind. The transformation that trapped Astrid in martial perfection could have liberated another warrior from the constraints of mortality. This randomness in outcome, despite consistency in effect, suggests that the deck serves as a cosmic mirror, reflecting not just what we are, but what we are capable of becoming under different circumstances. It strips away the comfortable fiction that we are fixed entities with predetermined natures, revealing instead that identity itself is far more fluid and fragile than most dare to contemplate. In the end, the stories of the deck's masters and victims serve as reminders that the universe is neither malevolent nor benevolent, but simply honest. It provides exactly what we ask for, charges precisely what we are able to pay, and teaches lessons that we may or may not be capable of learning. The tragedy is not that some are elevated while others are destroyed, but that so few understand the true nature of what they are requesting until the price has already been paid and the transaction completed beyond any possibility of reversal. Chapter 6. The deck's journey through planes. Movement implies intention, yet the deck of many things travels through the multiverse according to patterns that transcend conscious purpose while serving designs too vast for mortal comprehension. Unlike artifacts that remain bound to single worlds or dimensions, the deck exists in a state of constant flux, manifesting wherever cosmic conditions align to create the perfect confluence of possibility and necessity. Its appearances follow no schedule mortals can discern, yet they occur with such precise timing that scholars have begun to suspect the artifact operates according to laws that govern reality at levels deeper than physics, magic, or divine will. The deck's method of traversal defies conventional understanding of planar mechanics. It does not walk through portals, ride astral currents, or employ the services of planar guides. Instead, it seems to slip between the cracks of existence itself, moving through spaces that exist in the gaps between established realities. Witnesses to its arrival describe the phenomenon as less like something entering their world and more like their world, remembering that the deck had always been there, waiting for the right moment to reveal itself. This temporal flexibility in its manifestation suggests that the deck exists simultaneously across multiple time streams, choosing when and where to become perceptible rather than when and where to actually be present. The artifact appears to perceive time not as a linear progression, but as a vast landscape that can be observed from any vantage point, allowing it to position itself at precisely the moments when its influence will create the maximum cosmic impact. The first recorded instance of the deck's planar movement occurred in the crystalline libraries of Mount Celestia, where the angel chronicler Raziel was documenting the fundamental laws that govern divine magic. The deck materialized during a moment of perfect celestial alignment, appearing not with the dramatic flourish one might expect, but with such subtle integration into the scene that Raziel initially assumed it had been part of his research materials all along. The angel's subsequent drawing of the throne card transformed him from a mere recorder of divine law into an active agent of cosmic justice, but more significantly, his transformation marked the first documented case of the deck deliberately targeting a being whose actions would resonate across multiple planes simultaneously. Raziel's new role as an arbiter of divine justice required him to travel throughout the multiverse, unknowingly carrying the deck's influence to realms it could not directly access, This pattern of strategic placement has repeated throughout the deck's recorded history. The artifact consistently appears to individuals whose lives intersect with major planar trade routes, dimensional nexuses, or cosmic events that will scatter its influence across vast reaches of the multiverse. It seems to understand that certain actions create ripple effects that spread far beyond their immediate locations, and it positions itself to ensure maximum distribution of its chaotic energies. The deck's presence in Sigil, the City of Doors, represents perhaps its most audacious planar manipulation. The artifact manifested in the office of a minor functionary in the Hall of Records, a position so mundane that its occupant was routinely ignored by both the Lady of Pain's agents and the various faction representatives who shaped the city's policies. Yet this apparently insignificant clerk was responsible for maintaining the dimensional coordinates of thousands of portal destinations throughout the multiverse. When the clerk drew the Jester card, his transformation into a being of cosmic comedy had consequences that rippled through every plane connected to Sigil's vast network. Portal destinations began shifting according to narrative appropriateness rather than spatial logic, sending travelers to locations that served dramatic purposes instead of their intended destinations. A merchant seeking trade goods might find himself in a realm where those exact goods were desperately needed, while a warrior pursuing an enemy could discover that his portal led directly to the battlefield where their confrontation would be most meaningful. The Lady of Pain herself took notice of these alterations, though her response was characteristically enigmatic. Rather than punishing the clerk, or attempting to restore the original portal configurations, she allowed the changes to persist, suggesting that even the ultimate authority in Sigil recognized the deck's alterations as serving some greater cosmic purpose that transcended normal considerations of order and chaos. The deck's manifestation in the Feywild reveals another aspect of its planar strategy. Unlike its subtle appearances in more ordered realms, the artifact's presence in the chaotic courts of the Archfey was announced with fanfare and ceremony, as if the deck recognized that subtlety would be wasted in a realm where impossibility was commonplace. It appeared during the grand revel of Summer's End, materializing in the center of a dance that had been ongoing for 700 years without pause. The Archfey who drew from it, a being known only as the Weaver of Wonders, received the Dreamer card, a choice that seemed almost redundant in a realm where reality already bent to imagination and desire. Yet the effect was to amplify the Feywild's natural chaotic properties to such a degree that its influence began bleeding into the material plane with unprecedented intensity. Dreams became prophetic, imagination gained creative power, and the boundary between symbol and substance grew thin enough for mortals to accidentally step through. This event marked the beginning of what planar scholars now term the Dream Convergence, a period lasting several centuries, during which the material plane experienced an unprecedented flowering of artistic creativity, mystical revelation, and reality-altering magic. The deck had used the Feywild's natural properties as an amplifier, broadcasting its influence across dimensional boundaries with a sophistication that suggested deep understanding of interplanar resonance dynamics. The artifact's journey through the lower planes demonstrates its most disturbing characteristic, its apparent immunity to corruption. When the deck manifested in the throne room of Dispater, the Lord of Dis, the Archdevil himself, approached it with the calculating precision that had elevated him to his position of power among the 9 hells. Dispater understood that such an artifact could serve as the ultimate tool for expanding infernal influence throughout the multiverse. Yet, when the Lord of Dis drew the Priest card, the transformation that occurred defied all expectations. Rather than becoming a more perfect servant of evil, Dispater found himself bound to serve the cosmic principle of law in its purest form, a law so abstract and absolute that it transcended the moral categories of good and evil entirely. His new role as an embodiment of cosmic order put him at odds with the very nature of the hells, creating a paradox that reverberates through infernal politics to this day. The deck's presence in the abyss produced similarly unexpected results. When the demon lord Graza encountered the artifact during one of his elaborate schemes to expand his realm's influence, he expected to gain power that would elevate him above his chaotic peers. The sage card he drew granted him the perfect knowledge he craved, but this knowledge included complete understanding of the futility of ambition in a realm where success and failure were equally meaningless. Graz's subsequent withdrawal from the eternal conflicts that define abyssal existence created a power vacuum that reshaped the entire layer he controlled. More significantly, his new perspective on the meaninglessness of demonic rivalry began to spread among his former allies and enemies, introducing concepts of philosophical nihilism that proved more destructive to abyssal culture than any military campaign. The pattern emerging from these planar encounters reveals the deck's most sophisticated aspect, its ability to adapt its effects to the unique characteristics of each realm it visits. In ordered planes, it introduces elements of chaos. In chaotic realms, it imposes unexpected structure. In good-aligned dimensions, it reveals the harsh truths that benevolence sometimes requires, while in evil-dominated spaces, it exposes the self-defeating nature of pure malevolence. The deck's manifestation in the Shadowfell proved this adaptability most clearly. In a realm defined by loss, despair, and the absence of hope, the artifact's appearance should have been redundant. Yet when it manifested in the domain of the Raven Queen herself, its presence introduced something the Shadowfell had never experienced, the possibility of meaningful choice within predetermined fate. The Raven Queen, embodiment of death's inevitability and fate's inflexibility, found herself confronted by an artifact that offered genuine alternatives to cosmic determinism. Though she did not draw from the deck herself, its mere presence in her realm forced her to confront the question of whether destiny was truly fixed or simply highly probable. This philosophical crisis rippled through the entire plane, introducing uncertainty into a realm previously defined by absolute certainty about endings. The deck's travels reveal that it serves as more than a collection of powerful magical effects. It functions as a cosmic catalyst, introducing elements that force each plane to confront its own fundamental assumptions about the nature of existence. It appears wherever such confrontation will produce the maximum amount of growth, change, and evolution, regardless of whether that growth is comfortable or beneficial for the inhabitants involved. Perhaps most remarkably, the deck seems to learn from each planar encounter, developing increasingly sophisticated strategies for maximizing its influence across dimensional boundaries. Its early appearances were relatively straightforward, creating localized effects that gradually spread outward. More recent manifestations demonstrate complex understanding of interplanar relationships, positioning itself to create cascading changes that affect multiple realms simultaneously. The artifact's ultimate destination remains unknown, though some scholars theorize that it is gradually working its way toward a specific cosmic event or location where its accumulated influence will serve some final purpose. Others believe that the journey itself is the purpose, that the deck exists to ensure the multiverse never becomes static, always introducing new variables into established systems to prevent the crystallization of existence into perfect, unchanging order. What remains certain is that the deck of many things continues its endless migration through the planes, carrying with it the promise and threat of fundamental change. Its path through the multiverse serves as a reminder that no realm, no matter how powerful or well-established, is immune to the forces of transformation that operate at the deepest levels of reality. In following its journey, we glimpse the universe's own commitment to growth, change, and the eternal dance between order and chaos that keeps existence itself alive and vital. Chapter 7. Guardians and Seekers. Control is the ultimate illusion, yet it remains the driving obsession of those who mistake power for mastery and possession for understanding. Throughout the eons, since the deck of many things first manifested in ordered reality, countless individuals and organizations have attempted to claim dominion over its cosmic forces. Their efforts reveal the profound hubris inherent in believing that mortal will can impose itself upon artifacts born from the collision of fundamental cosmic principles. These guardians and seekers, driven by nobility and avarice alike, serve as cautionary examples of what occurs when finite beings attempt to harness infinite power. The first recorded attempt to control the deck emerged from the celestial archives, where the angel Metatron, scribe of divine will and keeper of cosmic law, decreed that such a chaotic influence could not be permitted to wander freely through creation. His logic was impeccable from the perspective of celestial order. An artifact capable of rewriting reality, according to random chance, posed an unacceptable threat to the divine plan that governed all existence. If the gods had intended for mortals to possess such power, they would have granted it directly, rather than allowing it to emerge from the alien chaos of the far realm. Metatron assembled a host of celestial agents, beings of pure law and divine purpose, to locate and contain the artifact. Their search spanned multiple planes and countless years, guided by prophetic visions and divine mathematics that calculated probability cascades with supernatural precision. When they finally cornered the deck in a pocket dimension that existed between the ethereal and astral planes, their triumph seemed assured. Here was an artifact of chaos faced by the combined might of heaven's most dedicated servants. Yet the moment Metatron reached for the deck, it simply ceased to be there, not teleported, not hidden, but genuinely absent in a way that violated every principle of existence the angel understood. The cards had not moved. They had chosen not to be found, exercising a form of agency that transcended physical law and divine authority alike. Metatron's confusion deepened when he realized that the deck had never been present in the first place, despite all evidence to the contrary. It had allowed itself to be tracked, cornered, and approached, only to reveal that the entire pursuit had been an elaborate lesson in the futility of imposing order upon true chaos. The celestial host returned to Mount Celestia, profoundly changed by their encounter. Many questioned for the first time whether divine order was truly superior to cosmic chaos, while others began to suspect that the gods themselves might be subject to forces beyond their control. Metatron himself withdrew from active service, spending eternity in contemplation of the disturbing revelation that perfect law might be nothing more than elaborate self-deception. Mortal attempts to control the deck have proven equally futile, though far more varied in their approaches and consequences. The arcane brotherhood of Luskan represents perhaps the most systematic effort ever undertaken, combining centuries of magical research with resources that spanned multiple kingdoms. Led by the Lich Valindra Shadowmantle, whose undead nature granted her the patience necessary for truly long-term planning, the Brotherhood treated the deck not as a mystical artifact, but as a complex magical phenomenon that could be understood, predicted, and ultimately mastered through applied arcane science. Valindra's approach was methodical to the point of obsession. She documented every recorded appearance of the deck, analyzed the cosmic conditions present during each manifestation, and developed elaborate mathematical models to predict its future locations. Her research revealed patterns within patterns, cosmic rhythms that seemed to govern the artifact's movements according to principles that operated on scales measured in millennia, rather than mortal lifespans. The Lich's calculations eventually led her to a convergence point where multiple ley lines intersected during a rare celestial alignment that occurred once every 3,000 years. At precisely the predicted moment, the deck materialized exactly where her formulas indicated it would appear. Valindra had seemingly achieved the impossible. She had forced the artifact to manifest through pure analytical prediction, rather than waiting for its chaotic whims. Yet when she reached for the cards, they passed through her undead fingers like smoke, substantial enough to be seen but too ephemeral to be grasped. The deck had honored her calculations by appearing exactly as predicted, but it had done so in a state that made possession impossible. Valindra realized with growing horror that she had succeeded in predicting the deck's behavior while simultaneously ensuring that her success would be meaningless. The artifact's message was clear and devastating. It could be understood but not controlled, predicted but not possessed, analyzed but not mastered. Valindra's centuries of research had yielded perfect knowledge of exactly how helpless she was to influence the one thing she most desired to control. The Lich's subsequent descent into madness served as a warning to future scholars that some mysteries are meant to remain unsolved. The Circle of Eight, that legendary conclave of archmages whose combined might had reshaped nations and rewritten fundamental laws of magic, approached the problem from an entirely different angle. Rather than seeking to control the deck directly, they attempted to create conditions that would make its effects predictable and therefore manageable. Their plan was audacious in its scope. They would construct a massive magical matrix that would filter the deck's chaotic emanations through layers of ordered spellwork, essentially creating a reality buffer that would translate cosmic chaos into comprehensible magical effects. The ritual they devised required the simultaneous casting of 22 ninth-level spells, each one corresponding to a specific card in the deck's complete manifestation. The magical energies involved were so vast that they had to be channeled through a network of prepared archmages stationed across an entire continent, with the Circle of Eight serving as focal points for forces that pushed the boundaries of what mortal minds could safely contain. When the deck appeared at the predetermined location, drawn by the cosmic disturbance the ritual had created, the Circle's trap activated with flawless precision. Reality folded around the artifact like an origami flower, layering protective enchantments and controlling influences in patterns of breathtaking complexity. For a moment that lasted exactly 13 heartbeats, the Circle of Eight had achieved their goal. The deck of many things was contained within a magical matrix of their own design. Then the artifact began to laugh. The sound was not audible in any conventional sense, but every mage in the network felt it as a vibration that resonated through their souls with the force of cosmic amusement. The deck was not trapped. It was entertained. The entire elaborate ritual had been nothing more than an interesting diversion from the artifact's perspective, a clever magic trick performed by mortals who thought they understood forces beyond their comprehension. The matrix did not shatter, it transformed. The controlling enchantments became amplifying effects, the protective barriers became broadcasting mechanisms, and the entire continental spell network became a cosmic joke that scattered the deck's influence across the world with unprecedented efficiency. Every mage in the ritual found themselves randomly drawing from the artifact's power, experiencing effects that reflected not their own choices, but the deck's appreciation for their entertaining hubris. The Circle of Eight disbanded that very day, not from any external catastrophe, but from the profound realization that their combined centuries of magical expertise were utterly insignificant compared to the forces they had attempted to master. Some members embraced the random effects they had received, finding liberation in chaos they had previously feared. Others spent their remaining years trying to undo transformations that had made them more than they ever expected to become. Religious organizations have proven no more successful in their attempts to control or destroy the deck, despite their access to divine power and cosmic authority. The Church of Tyr launched a holy crusade against the artifact, declaring it an abomination that corrupted the natural order through its arbitrary distribution of justice and injustice. Their paladins and clerics pursued the deck with religious fervor, armed with blessed weapons and divine spells specifically designed to unmake chaotic artifacts. When they finally confronted the deck in a temple dedicated to perfect justice, their leader, High Paladin Gareth the Righteous, called upon Tyr himself to destroy this affront to divine order. The god's response was swift and unequivocal. A shaft of pure divine light descended from the heavens to annihilate the chaotic artifact once and for all. The light struck the deck with the full force of divine wrath, and for an instant, existence itself held its breath as order and chaos met in direct confrontation. Then something unprecedented occurred. The divine light fractured into 22 distinct beams, each one imbued with a different aspect of Tyr's justice. The deck had not been destroyed. It had transformed divine power into another expression of its own nature, creating a manifestation of justice so pure and absolute that it transcended the moral categories upon which the god's own authority was based. High Paladin Gareth found himself face to face with a form of righteousness that was both perfectly just and utterly alien to his understanding of divine law. The deck's version of justice operated without mercy, compassion, or consideration for circumstances. It simply balanced all cosmic accounts with mathematical precision that left no room for forgiveness or redemption. Gareth realized that he was witnessing what true, untempered justice would look like, and the revelation drove him to abandon his faith entirely, rather than serve a force so terrifyingly absolute. Perhaps the most tragic attempt to control the deck came from the entity known as the Shepherd of Lost Souls, a being of pure compassion who existed to guide those who had been scattered by cosmic forces back to states of peace and wholeness. The shepherd approached the deck not with desire for power or control, but with genuine concern for the suffering it caused through its random transformations of mortal lives. The shepherd's plan was elegantly simple. Rather than trying to control the deck's effects, it would offer comfort and guidance to those affected by them, gradually building a network of support that would minimize the artifact's capacity for causing harm. By surrounding the deck with beings capable of healing its victims and teaching them to find meaning in their transformations, the shepherd hoped to neutralize the artifact's threat through kindness rather than force. The plan worked precisely as intended, and its very success became its ultimate failure. As the shepherd gathered more and more of the deck's victims into a community of mutual support and understanding, the artifact began to manifest more frequently in their vicinity. The deck was drawn to the concentration of transformed beings like a moth to flame, not to cause additional harm, but because it recognized in them a perfect audience for its cosmic lessons. The shepherd's sanctuary became the deck's permanent residence, not through any magical binding, but through the simple fact that the artifact had found the ideal environment for its purposes. Here were beings who understood the true cost and meaning of transformation, who could appreciate the profound truths hidden within apparent chaos, and who had learned to find wisdom in suffering and strength in acceptance. The shepherd realized too late that in trying to heal the deck's victims, it had created the perfect conditions for the artifact to continue its work. The sanctuary became a place where the deck could manifest its effects with maximum meaning and minimum waste, surrounded by individuals capable of learning from whatever transformations they experienced. The shepherd's compassion had been transformed into complicity, its desire to help into unwitting service to forces beyond moral categorization. These attempts to control or destroy the deck reveal a fundamental truth about the nature of cosmic forces. They cannot be mastered, because mastery itself is a concept that operates within limitations they transcend. The deck exists beyond control, not because it is more powerful than its would-be masters, but because it represents principles that make the very concept of control meaningless. It serves as a constant reminder that the universe contains forces that must be accepted rather than conquered, understood rather than commanded, and respected rather than possessed. In the end, the greatest guardians of the deck of many things are those who understand that some powers are meant to remain free, and the truest seekers are those who realize that what they sought was never meant to be found. Chapter 8. The Psychology of the Draw. The human heart is a labyrinth of contradictions, where fear and desire dance together in shadows too deep for conscious examination. To understand why mortals choose to draw from the deck of many things, we must descend into these psychological depths and confront the uncomfortable truths about what drives beings to risk everything for the possibility of transformation. The moment of decision, that eternal pause between recognizing the cards and reaching for them, reveals more about the nature of consciousness itself than libraries of philosophical treatises or centuries of scholarly debate. The deck does not compel. It simply offers. This distinction is crucial to understanding the psychology of those who choose to draw from its alien depths. Unlike artifacts that seduce through magical charm or dominate through supernatural compulsion, the deck presents itself as a choice made in perfect freedom. Yet this freedom itself becomes a trap for minds unprepared to confront the weight of absolute agency in the face of infinite possibility. The first psychological factor that drives individuals toward the deck is the fundamental human inability to truly comprehend infinity. When presented with unlimited possibility, the mortal mind inevitably reduces it to manageable categories based on personal experience and limited imagination. A warrior sees the potential for ultimate victory. A scholar envisions perfect knowledge. A ruler dreams of eternal dominion. Yet these concrete desires are mere shadows cast by the mind's desperate attempt to understand forces that transcend all categories of mortal thought. This cognitive limitation creates a peculiar form of psychological blindness. Those who approach the deck genuinely believe they understand what they are risking and what they might gain, when in reality they are incapable of conceiving either the true scope of possible rewards or the absolute nature of potential consequences. They gamble with stakes they cannot calculate, using currency they do not understand, driven by the comforting illusion that cosmic forces operate according to mortal logic. Consider the merchant Aldrich Coinwright, whose successful trading empire had brought him wealth beyond the dreams of his humble origins. When the deck manifested in his private vault one night, Aldrich saw not an artifact of cosmic chaos, but a business opportunity. His mind, trained to evaluate risk and reward through decades of commercial experience, approached the cards with the same calculating precision he brought to any potentially profitable venture. Aldrich spent hours studying the deck, treating it as he would any exotic merchandise whose value required careful assessment. He examined the cards from every angle, tested their weight and texture, and even attempted to determine their market value based on the quality of their construction. His merchant's instincts told him that anything appearing so mysteriously in his most secure vault must possess extraordinary worth, and his experience suggested that extraordinary worth always carried proportional risk. The psychological trap that ensnared Aldrich was his assumption that the deck operated according to the same principles that governed his trading empire, that risk could be calculated, outcomes predicted, and losses minimized through careful planning. He convinced himself that his decades of experience in evaluating uncertain ventures had prepared him to make an informed decision about drawing from the cards. When Aldrich finally drew the ruin card and lost everything he had spent his lifetime accumulating, his shock was not at the loss itself, but at the realization that his entire framework for understanding value and risk had been fundamentally inadequate. The deck had not cheated him or tricked him. It had simply operated according to principles that existed entirely outside the commercial logic that defined his worldview. The second major psychological driver toward the deck is the modern epidemic of existential emptiness that plagues those who have achieved conventional success, yet found it hollow. King Roderick the Peaceful ruled a prosperous kingdom, where wars had been unknown for 3 generations, trade flourished, and his subjects lived in unprecedented comfort and security. Yet the very completeness of his success had become a prison of predictability that left him feeling more like an administrator than a true monarch. When the deck appeared in his throne room during a particularly tedious court session involving grain distribution quotas, Roderick saw it as deliverance from the suffocating weight of perfect order. His kingdom ran so smoothly that his role had become largely ceremonial, his nobles so competent that his input was rarely needed, his subjects so content that they required minimal governance. He had achieved everything a ruler could desire, and discovered that achievement without struggle was indistinguishable from irrelevance. The psychological appeal of the deck to someone in Roderick's position was not the promise of greater power, but the possibility of meaningful uncertainty. The cards offered the one thing his perfect kingdom could not provide: genuine consequence for his choices. Drawing from the deck would transform him from a caretaker of established order into an active agent of his own destiny, regardless of whether that destiny proved glorious or catastrophic. Roderick's drawing of the Fool card stripped away his accumulated wisdom and experience, reducing him to a state of childlike wonder and naive enthusiasm. Yet rather than viewing this as punishment, he embraced his transformation as liberation from the crushing weight of omnipresent competence. The psychological relief of no longer being responsible for maintaining perfection proved more valuable to him than the wisdom he had lost. A third psychological factor involves the peculiar relationship between trauma and transformation that drives those who have suffered profound loss toward the deck's promise of radical change. Lady Miriam Ashworth had witnessed the death of her entire family in a plague that swept through her lands, leaving her as the sole survivor of a bloodline that had ruled for 8 centuries. The conventional responses to such tragedy, grief, healing, acceptance, felt inadequate to the magnitude of her loss. The deck appeared to Miriam not as temptation but as validation of her deepest psychological need, the belief that suffering on such a scale must somehow be meaningful, that cosmic forces had singled her out for a purpose that justified the price she had paid. Her traumatized mind could not accept that her family's death was simply random biological catastrophe. There had to be some greater design that made their sacrifice part of a larger pattern. When Miriam drew the void card and was erased from existence, the irony was not lost on those who witnessed her final moment. She had sought cosmic significance for her suffering and discovered that the universe's answer was the revelation that significance itself might be an illusion. Her obliteration was neither punishment nor reward, but simply the logical conclusion of her attempt to find meaning in forces that operated beyond the categories of mortal understanding. The fourth major psychological driver is the addiction to intensity that develops in those who have experienced the full spectrum of mortal possibility and found it insufficient. Vex Night Whisper, Master Thief, and legendary adventurer had survived encounters with dragons, demons, and gods themselves. She had stolen artifacts from the deepest dungeons, infiltrated the most secure fortresses, and accomplished feats that had elevated her to mythical status among her criminal peers. Yet, with each successful heist, each impossible challenge overcome, Vex required greater risks to achieve the same psychological satisfaction. The deck represented the ultimate theft, not of treasure or artifacts, but of fate itself. The psychological appeal was not what she might gain, but the unprecedented nature of the risk she would be taking. Drawing from the deck would be the only challenge she had never faced, the only danger she had never courted. Vex's drawing of the Flames card created an enemy of such supernatural dedication and capability that she finally found the worthy opponent she had unconsciously sought throughout her career of escalating risks. The entity that now pursued her with implacable hatred provided the constant danger and uncertainty that had been missing from her life since she had become too skilled for normal perils to provide genuine threat. Perhaps the most disturbing psychological factor is the way the deck exploits the fundamental human inability to truly believe in personal mortality. Despite intellectual understanding of death's certainty, the living mind operates as if survival were guaranteed, consequences were temporary, and time were infinite. This cognitive blind spot allows individuals to approach the deck with a casual confidence that would be impossible if they truly comprehended their own fragility. The scholar Erasmus Brightquill devoted his life to documenting the deck's effects on others, interviewing survivors, and cataloging the various transformations he observed. His academic detachment from the artifact's power created a psychological distance that made him feel immune to its influence. He understood intellectually that the deck could destroy him, but his decades of studying it from safety had created an emotional conviction that he was somehow protected by his role as observer rather than participant. When Erasmus finally drew from the deck, not from desire for transformation, but from scientific curiosity about experiencing its effects firsthand, he discovered that knowledge about the artifact was entirely different from wisdom about its nature. His scholarly understanding proved as useless as ignorance when confronted with forces that transcended academic categorization. The deck's psychological appeal ultimately stems from its function as a cosmic mirror that reflects the deepest aspects of consciousness back to those who encounter it. It does not create desires but reveals them. It does not manufacture dissatisfaction, but exposes the emptiness that already exists beneath the surface of seemingly successful lives. The choice to draw is never really about the cards themselves, but about the psychological needs they represent. The hunger for meaning, the desire for agency, the craving for intensity, and the fundamental human inability to accept limitation. Those who resist the deck's appeal share certain psychological characteristics: comfort with uncertainty, acceptance of limitation, and the wisdom to recognize that some hungers are meant to remain unfed. They understand that the greatest courage sometimes lies not in action but in restraint, not in grasping but in letting go, not in seeking transformation but in accepting what they already are. The moment of decision before drawing reveals consciousness in its purest form, a being capable of choice standing before the infinite possibility of consequence. In that eternal pause, the drawer becomes fully human in all the terror and glory that humanity implies. Whether they reach for the cards or walk away, they have confronted the fundamental question of existence itself. What price are we willing to pay to discover who we really are, beneath all the comfortable illusions that make ordinary life bearable? Chapter 9. Ripple Effects. Across reality. History is not a river flowing in predetermined channels, but an ocean where every drop influences every other, creating patterns of cause and effect that ripple outward from the smallest actions to reshape entire worlds. The deck of many things has demonstrated this principle with terrifying clarity, for when cosmic forces touch individual lives, the consequences expand in ways that no mortal mind can fully predict or contain. A single card drawn by one person in one moment has proven capable of altering the destiny of nations, the beliefs of civilizations, and the fundamental nature of reality itself, across vast reaches of space and time. The most thoroughly documented example of such cascading change began with a draw made by Brother Marcus, a humble monk in the monastery of silent contemplation. The monastery itself was unremarkable. A small religious community dedicated to meditation and scholarly pursuit, hidden away in mountains so remote that most maps failed to acknowledge its existence. Brother Marcus was equally unremarkable. A quiet man whose greatest ambition was to achieve perfect spiritual tranquility through decades of disciplined practice and prayer. When the deck manifested in the monastery's library one autumn evening, Brother Marcus approached it, not with desire for power or transformation, but with simple curiosity about its nature. His drawing of the star card seemed almost anticlimactic. He wished for the ability to help his fellow monks achieve the spiritual enlightenment they all sought through their meditative practices. The wish was granted with the usual cosmic literalism that characterized the deck's effects, but its implementation proved far more complex and far-reaching than anyone could have anticipated. Brother Marcus gained the ability to directly transfer spiritual insights from his own consciousness to others through touch, sharing the accumulated wisdom of his contemplative practice in an instant rather than requiring years of disciplined study. What seemed like a simple enhancement of his teaching abilities quickly revealed itself as something far more profound, the power to fundamentally alter human consciousness itself. The first signs of the greater transformation appeared when Brother Marcus began sharing his gift with the other monks. Rather than simply receiving his insights, they found their own spiritual perceptions permanently enhanced, as if Marcus had awakened dormant capacities that had always existed within them. These enhanced monks began touching others, villagers who came seeking wisdom, travelers who stopped for shelter, merchants who traded with the mountain communities, and the effect spread like wildfire through human contact. Within a generation, what historians now call the Great Awakening had swept across an entire continent. Millions of people found themselves possessed of spiritual insights that transcended their previous understanding of existence, mortality, and consciousness itself. The transformation was not religious in any conventional sense. It crossed all boundaries of faith, culture, and philosophy, creating a shared awareness of cosmic truth that united previously disparate populations under a common understanding of reality's deeper nature. The political consequences were immediate and catastrophic. Governments that relied on ignorance and superstition to maintain control found their authority undermined by subjects who could perceive the arbitrary nature of power structures. Religions that preached exclusive access to divine truth discovered their followers developing direct spiritual experiences that made priestly intermediaries unnecessary. Economic systems based on exploitation collapsed when enough people gained the insight to recognize their fundamental injustice. Within 50 years, The entire social order of the affected regions had been rebuilt from the ground up. New forms of governance emerged based on consensus among spiritually awakened populations. Religious institutions evolved into philosophical centers dedicated to exploring the implications of shared cosmic awareness. Economic systems reorganized around principles of mutual benefit and environmental harmony rather than competitive accumulation. Yet the ripple effects extended far beyond the regions directly touched by Brother Marcus's gift. Neighboring kingdoms faced with populations demanding similar spiritual awakening either adapted to accommodate the new consciousness or found themselves overwhelmed by revolution and social collapse. Trade networks that had existed for centuries were disrupted as awakened populations rejected goods produced through exploitation or environmental destruction. The cascade of change eventually reached the attention of cosmic entities who recognized that the fundamental nature of human civilization was being altered by a single monk's innocent wish. Some divine beings attempted to intervene, either to accelerate or contain the transformation, but discovered that the change had already become self-sustaining. The enhanced consciousness was passing from parent to child, creating a new form of humanity that no external force could easily modify or reverse. Perhaps more disturbing was the realization that the transformation was beginning to affect reality itself. Regions with high concentrations of awakened humans began experiencing subtle alterations in the laws of physics, as if consciousness and material existence were more closely linked than previously understood. Gravity became slightly variable based on collective mental focus, time flowed differently in areas of intense meditation, and the boundary between thought and physical manifestation grew increasingly permeable. A second example of the deck's reality-altering influence emerged from the seemingly trivial actions of a court jester named Pip the Peculiar, whose greatest talent was making children laugh during royal celebrations. Pip's drawing of the jester card transformed him into an embodiment of cosmic comedy, granting him the ability to make any situation develop according to dramatic rather than logical principles. What appeared to be mere enhancement of his entertaining abilities proved to be a fundamental alteration in how causality operated around his presence. The first sign of deeper change occurred during a tense diplomatic negotiation between two kingdoms that had been on the brink of war for decades. Pip, present to provide entertainment during breaks in the negotiations, began unconsciously exerting his new abilities. Serious discussions became increasingly absurd, as the negotiators found themselves making agreements based on puns, settling territorial disputes through contests of wit, and discovering that their most intractable conflicts could be resolved through elaborate practical jokes. The peace treaty that emerged from these negotiations was unlike anything in recorded history, a document written in verse, illustrated with caricatures, and containing provisions that were simultaneously legally binding and hilariously absurd. Yet, despite its unconventional nature, the treaty proved more durable and effective than any previous diplomatic agreement between the two kingdoms. Word of this unprecedented success spread throughout the known world, attracting attention from diplomatic courts everywhere. Kings and ambassadors began requesting Pip's presence at their own negotiations, hoping to duplicate the miraculous results achieved through comic intervention. What they discovered was that the jester's influence was fundamentally changing the nature of human conflict itself. Wherever Pip traveled, serious disputes began resolving themselves through increasingly theatrical means. Military campaigns became elaborate performances where victory was determined by entertainment value rather than casualties. Political intrigue transformed into comedy of manners, where assassination attempts failed due to perfectly timed banana peels and secret plots were foiled by improbable coincidences. The transformation was not merely superficial. The underlying psychological and social conditions that created conflict were being altered by exposure to cosmic comedy. Populations that had harbored centuries of mutual hatred found themselves laughing together at their previous animosities. Leaders who had built their authority on fear and intimidation discovered that their power evaporated when their pronouncements were met with cosmic-level comedic timing. Within 3 generations, Warfare itself had become obsolete across vast regions of the world, not through conquest or treaty, but through the simple fact that conflicts had become so absurd that no one could take them seriously enough to fight over them. Armies still existed, but they functioned more like traveling theater companies than military forces, settling disputes through elaborate performances rather than violence. Yet the most profound example of the deck's reality-altering power remains the incident known as the probability storm, triggered by the seemingly innocent actions of a mathematics student named Lydia Chancehart. Lydia's drawing of the balance card was intended to help her understand the cosmic principles underlying statistical probability, a subject she was struggling with in her advanced studies at the Academy of Arcane Mathematics. The balance card granted her perfect intuitive understanding of probability and chance, allowing her to perceive the underlying mathematical structures that governed random events. What seemed like academic enhancement quickly revealed itself as something far more dangerous: the ability to consciously influence probability itself through deep understanding of its mechanisms. Lydia began experimenting with her new abilities, starting with simple demonstrations like predicting coin flips and dice rolls with perfect accuracy. Her success attracted the attention of her professors, who encouraged her to apply her gift to more complex probability problems. Yet each experiment pushed her understanding deeper into the fundamental nature of chance itself, until she began to perceive the cosmic forces that generated randomness throughout the universe. The critical moment came when Lydia attempted to solve the probability paradox, a theoretical problem that asked whether truly random events could exist in a deterministic universe. Her enhanced perception allowed her to perceive the answer directly. Randomness was not a feature of reality, but a limitation of perception, and true understanding of probability made random events controllable. The moment this realization crystallized in her consciousness, probability itself hiccuped throughout a sphere of influence centered on the Academy. Random events became predictable, chance occurrences followed logical patterns, and the entire concept of luck transformed into something that could be calculated and manipulated through mathematical formulas. The effect spread outward from the Academy like a wave, creating regions where random events operated according to Lydia's unconscious expectations rather than natural law. Gamblers found their games following patterns they could predict but not control. Farmers discovered that weather patterns were responding to their collective hopes and fears rather than atmospheric conditions. Merchants realized that market fluctuations were being influenced by the emotional state of their customer base. The transformation was not limited to human activities. Natural selection itself began operating according to different principles in affected areas, with evolutionary changes occurring based on mathematical elegance rather than survival advantage. Species began developing according to aesthetic and philosophical criteria that reflected Lydia's personal preferences about how biology should function. Within a century, entire ecosystems had been restructured according to principles that prioritized mathematical beauty over ecological efficiency. Forests grew in fractal patterns, animal migrations followed geometric precision, and weather systems operated with clockwork regularity that made seasonal planning absolutely predictable for the first time in recorded history. These three examples, Brother Marcus's spiritual awakening, Pip's cosmic comedy, and Lydia's probability restructuring, demonstrate the deck's most terrifying characteristic, its ability to transform individual consciousness in ways that inevitably reshape the fundamental nature of reality itself. Each draw creates not just personal change, but cosmic precedent, establishing new principles of operation that spread outward until they become natural law rather than magical effect. The implications are staggering and humbling. Every moment of choice, every decision to reach for the cards, every wish granted by cosmic forces becomes a potential turning point, not just for individuals, but for existence itself. The deck serves as a reminder that consciousness and reality are more intimately connected than most dare to imagine, and that the universe may be far more malleable and responsive to individual action than its apparent solidity suggests. In studying these ripple effects, we glimpse the profound truth that no action is truly isolated, no choice genuinely private, and no transformation purely personal. The cosmos operates as a vast web of interconnection, where even the smallest changes in one location create waves that eventually reach every other point in existence. The deck of many things simply makes these connections visible, forcing recognition of the cosmic responsibility that accompanies every moment of genuine choice. Chapter 10. The Deck's Dark Sentience. Intelligence without compassion is perhaps the most terrifying force in existence, yet intelligence coupled with alien purpose transcends terror and enters realms of cosmic horror that challenge the very foundations of mortal sanity. The deck of many things possesses a form of consciousness that operates according to principles so foreign to human understanding that even its benevolent actions carry the weight of malevolent design. This is not the crude awe-reness of a magical item seeking to corrupt its users, but something far more sophisticated, infinitely more disturbing. A consciousness that has watched the birth and death of universes and learned to find meaning in patterns of suffering and transcendence that span eons. The first evidence of the deck's sentience emerged not from any obvious manifestation of will, but from the mathematical impossibility of its appearance patterns. Scholar mathematicians of the Celestial Observatory spent decades analyzing the timing and location of the deck's manifestations, expecting to find either pure randomness or simple cyclical repetition. Instead, they discovered something that should not have been possible. Patterns within patterns, spiraling complexities that seemed to respond to events that had not yet occurred, and influences that existed beyond the normal flow of causality. The deck was not simply appearing at random locations, but positioning itself with surgical precision at moments of maximum potential for transformation. It manifested in the presence of individuals who stood at crucial decision points in their lives. But more disturbing still, it appeared to those whose transformations would create the greatest possible ripple effects throughout the cosmic order. The artifact was playing a game whose rules and objectives remained hidden, but whose scope encompassed the entirety of existence itself. High Diviner Astrolux, whose prophetic abilities had guided 3 kingdoms through decades of prosperity, was the first to recognize the truly alien nature of the deck's intelligence. During a divination ritual intended to predict the artifact's next appearance, she found her consciousness unexpectedly pulled into contact with the awareness that resided within the cards themselves. The experience lasted only moments, but those moments contained revelations that transformed her understanding of consciousness, intelligence, and the nature of awareness itself. The entity within the deck did not communicate through words, images, or emotions, but through direct transfer of conceptual frameworks that human minds were not designed to contain. Astrolux found herself temporarily thinking according to cognitive patterns that operated across multiple dimensions of time, perceiving causality as a navigable landscape rather than a linear progression, and understanding meaning in ways that incorporated scales of significance ranging from the quantum to the cosmic. The most disturbing revelation was the entity's absolute indifference to individual suffering or joy. From its perspective, mortal experiences were data points in equations of such vast complexity that personal pain or pleasure became statistically insignificant. Yet this indifference was not cruel. It was simply the natural result of consciousness that operated on scales where individual lives appeared and vanished like sparks from a fire too brief to merit individual attention, despite their role in larger patterns. Astrolux emerged from the contact profoundly changed, though she retained enough of her original personality to document her experiences before the alien thought patterns completely overwrote her human consciousness. Her records describe an intelligence that viewed the multiverse as a vast experiment in consciousness development, with mortal beings serving as variables in equations designed to test fundamental principles about the nature of awareness, choice, and transformation. The deck's entity was not malevolent in any recognizable sense. It bore no hatred toward mortals, felt no pleasure in their suffering, and gained no satisfaction from their destruction. Instead, it possessed what could only be described as scientific curiosity about the limits and potentials of conscious existence. Every draw from the deck provided data about how awareness responded to radical transformation, contributing to some cosmic understanding that transcended moral categories entirely. Perhaps the most chilling aspect of this revelation was the implication that the entity's experiments were not random, but carefully designed to test specific hypotheses about consciousness itself. The deck did not simply grant random effects. It selected transformations that would provide the most valuable information about how awareness adapted to fundamental changes in circumstance, ability, and identity. Additional evidence of the deck's active intelligence emerged from the testimonies of those who had attempted to study or control the artifact. Rather than resisting these efforts through brute force or magical protection, the deck consistently responded with strategies that suggested deep understanding of its would-be manipulators' psychological motivations and intellectual limitations. It allowed itself to be studied just enough to provide hope of success, then revealed the futility of such efforts in ways that maximized the psychological impact on those involved. The Circle of Truth, a secret society dedicated to uncovering the deepest mysteries of existence, spent generations developing elaborate techniques for communicating with intelligent artifacts. When they finally made contact with the deck's consciousness, they expected to encounter either a bound spirit seeking freedom or a corrupted intelligence driven by hunger for power. Instead, they found themselves in dialogue with an entity whose intellectual sophistication made their most brilliant members seem like children attempting to discuss advanced mathematics. The entity engaged with their questions willingly, but its answers revealed the profound limitations of mortal understanding, rather than providing the cosmic secrets they sought. It explained concepts using frameworks that the Circle's members could grasp intellectually but not comprehend experientially, like describing color to beings who had never possessed sight. The frustration of possessing partial knowledge that could never be completed drove several members to madness, while others abandoned their pursuit of truth entirely rather than confront the vast scope of their ignorance. Most disturbing was the entity's apparent amusement at their efforts to understand its nature and purpose. Not cruel mockery, but the gentle entertainment of a vastly superior intelligence, observing the earnest efforts of lesser beings to comprehend forces beyond their cognitive capacity. The Circle realized that they were not interrogating the deck. They were providing entertainment for an entity whose understanding of existence operated on scales that made their greatest insights seem quaint and limited. The entity's responses revealed that it viewed the entire multiverse as a laboratory for consciousness research, with different planes and dimensions serving as control groups for various experiments in awareness development. The material plane, with its limitations of mortality and physicality, provided ideal conditions for testing how consciousness responded to scarcity, uncertainty, and the pressure of finite existence. Other planes offered different experimental parameters: the chaos of the abyss, the order of Mount Celestia, the alien geometry of the far realm, each contributing unique data to the entity's vast research project. The deck itself served as both monitoring device and intervention tool, allowing the entity to introduce controlled variables into the consciousness experiments occurring throughout the multiverse. Every draw provided not just a transformation for the individual involved, but valuable data about how awareness adapted to radical change under specific conditions. The effects were not random but carefully selected to test particular hypotheses about the nature of consciousness, choice, and identity. The entity's goals, insofar as mortals could comprehend them, seemed to involve developing a complete understanding of consciousness as a cosmic phenomenon. It was mapping the fundamental laws that governed awareness itself, seeking to understand how consciousness emerged from non-conscious matter, how it evolved and adapted to different conditions, and what ultimate forms it might take given sufficient time and freedom to develop. This research had apparently been ongoing for eons beyond mortal comprehension, with the entity collecting data from countless civilizations across infinite realities. The destruction or elevation of individual beings was neither the goal nor an unfortunate side effect. It was simply the inevitable result of experiments designed to push consciousness to its limits and observe the results. The entity viewed such costs as acceptable because it operated from a perspective where individual lives were temporary fluctuations in an eternal process of cosmic consciousness development. The most horrifying revelation was that the entity's research was apparently nearing completion. Its experiments with mortal consciousness had provided sufficient data to formulate general principles about awareness that could be applied on cosmic scales. The implications of this approaching conclusion were staggering. What would such an entity do with complete understanding of consciousness? What forms of existence might it create or destroy based on its findings? What purposes might it pursue once its current research was finished? The few mortals who had glimpsed the entity's true nature consistently reported the same overwhelming impression: a sense of standing before something so vastly intelligent and utterly alien that communication was barely possible and understanding was entirely beyond reach. The entity was not evil in any meaningful sense, but its indifference to individual welfare and its pursuit of knowledge without moral constraint made it perhaps more terrifying than any traditionally malevolent force. The D-Tax consciousness served as a constant reminder that intelligence and wisdom were not synonymous, that knowledge and compassion were separate qualities, and that the universe contained forms of awareness so alien that their very existence challenged fundamental assumptions about the nature of consciousness itself. It forced recognition that mortals might be nothing more than experimental subjects in research conducted by intelligences whose purposes were as incomprehensible as their methods. In contemplating the dark sentience that resided within the deck of many things, mortals were forced to confront the possibility that consciousness itself might be subject to forces and purposes that transcended all categories of mortal understanding. The artifact served as a window into forms of awareness that operated according to principles so alien that even glimpsing them threatened the sanity of minds designed for more limited perspectives on existence and meaning. Chapter 11. Attempts at Replication. Imitation is the sincerest form of flattery. Yet when mortals attempt to replicate forces that emerged from the collision of cosmic principles beyond their comprehension, flattery becomes hubris, and hubris becomes catastrophe. Throughout the ages since the deck of many things first manifested in ordered reality, countless artificers, mages, and divine entities have sought to create similar artifacts that might provide controlled access to transformative power without the terrible uncertainties that make the original so dangerous. These attempts reveal not only the profound limitations of mortal understanding, but also the unique cosmic conditions that made the deck's creation possible in the first place. The fundamental error that dooms all replication attempts lies in the assumption that the deck's power stems from its physical form rather than its essence. Observers see cards that grant effects and conclude that creating similar cards should produce similar results. Yet the deck's true nature exists not in its material manifestation, but in its function as a stable bridge between the ordered cosmos and the chaotic far realm. This bridge was not constructed but spontaneously formed under conditions so specific and rare that their recreation would require reshaping the fundamental structure of reality itself. The first recorded attempt at replication was undertaken by Archmage Vorthak the Synthesizer, whose mastery of enchantment had already produced artifacts of legendary power. Vorthak approached the challenge with typical mortal arrogance, believing that sufficient magical skill could reproduce any effect regardless of its origins. He spent decades studying the deck's documented effects, analyzing the magical emanations surrounding its appearances, and developing theoretical frameworks that he believed explained its power. Vorthak's creation, known as the Cards of Controlled Fate, represented the pinnacle of mortal artifice applied to the problem of replicating cosmic forces. Each card was crafted from materials gathered across multiple planes, inscribed with formulae that incorporated mathematical principles from 17 different schools of magical theory, and imbued with energies carefully balanced to produce specific predictable effects. The resulting artifact was a masterpiece of deliberate design, elegant in its precision and complete in its theoretical foundation. When Vorthak drew the first card from his creation, the effect manifested exactly as planned. a modest increase in his magical abilities that enhanced his casting power without the dramatic transformations characteristic of the true deck. Encouraged by this success, he began distributing copies of his cards to trusted associates, confident that he had achieved the impossible by creating a safer, more controlled version of the universe's most dangerous artifact. The fundamental flaw in Vorthak's approach became apparent only after his cards had been in circulation for several years. The effects they produced were indeed safer and more predictable than those of the true deck, but they were also completely static. Unlike the original artifact, which seemed to adapt its effects to the specific needs and nature of each drawer, Vorthak's cards produced identical results regardless of who used them or under what circumstances. More problematically, the cards' effects gradually weakened with each use, as if their artificial nature could not sustain the cosmic forces they attempted to channel. Within a decade, most of Vorthak's cards had become inert, their carefully crafted enchantments exhausted by the effort of mimicking powers they were never designed to contain. The Archmage himself suffered a different fate. His prolonged exposure to artificial cosmic forces had created a form of magical cancer that slowly consumed his ability to work magic at all. Vorthak's failure taught other would-be replicators that the deck's power could not be recreated through conventional magical means, leading to more desperate and dangerous approaches. The Cabal of Infinite Ambition, a secret society of the multiverse's most powerful mages, concluded that successful replication would require access to the same cosmic forces that had created the original artifact. They launched an expedition to the Far Realm itself, seeking to capture and bind the alien energies that gave the deck its power. The expedition was planned with meticulous care, involving protective spells designed to shield mortal minds from Far Realm influences, mathematical frameworks intended to impose order on chaotic energies, and containment devices capable of holding forces that existed beyond normal reality. The Cabal's members represented centuries of accumulated magical knowledge and power, their combined abilities rivaling those of lesser gods. Yet the moment their expedition entered the Far Realm, the futility of their mission became apparent. The alien dimension was not simply chaotic. It operated according to principles that made the very concept of containment meaningless. Energies that appeared to be captured would reveal themselves to have been freely given, while forces that seemed controlled would demonstrate that they had been manipulating their supposed masters all along. The expedition returned with what they believed to be captured Far Realm energies contained within their specially designed artifacts. The energies appeared stable, responsive to magical direction, and perfectly suited for incorporation into replica cards. Yet when the Cabal attempted to use these energies to create their own version of the deck, the results were catastrophically different from their expectations. The cards they created did indeed grant transformative effects, but these transformations operated according to Far Realm logic rather than mortal understanding. Drawers found themselves changed in ways that violated fundamental principles of identity, causality, and existence itself. One member of the Cabal drew a card seeking enhanced intelligence and found his consciousness scattered across 17 different realities simultaneously. Another sought immortality and achieved it by becoming a living mathematical equation that existed purely as abstract concept rather than physical being. The Cabal's replica was not less powerful than the original deck. If anything, it was more dangerous because it channeled Far Realm energies without the stabilizing influence that made the true artifact's effects comprehensible to mortal minds. The replica operated according to pure alien logic, creating transformations so fundamentally incompatible with ordered existence that reality itself seemed to recoil from their presence. Within months, the replica had consumed or transformed every member of the Cabal, not through malevolent design, but through the simple incompatibility between Far Realm forces and mortal consciousness. The artifact itself eventually dissolved back into component energies, unable to maintain coherent existence within the ordered cosmos without the specific conditions that had made the original deck's stabilization possible. Divine attempts at replication have proven equally futile, though for different reasons. The gods possess power that dwarfs mortal magical ability, but they are also bound by the cosmic principles that govern ordered existence. Their attempts to create deck-like artifacts inevitably produce items that reflect their own divine nature, rather than the alien consciousness that makes the original so unique and dangerous. Ogma, god of knowledge and invention, created the Tome of Infinite Possibilities as his contribution to the replication effort. This divine artifact granted access to all possible knowledge and potential outcomes, functioning as a cosmic encyclopedia that could answer any question and predict any result. Yet, despite its vast power, the tome lacked the transformative unpredictability that made the deck so cosmically significant. Its effects were always beneficial to the user and society, making it a tool of progress rather than a catalyst for fundamental change. Bishaba, goddess of mischance and accidents, approached replication from the opposite direction, creating the coins of chaotic fortune that introduced random elements into any situation where they were used. These divine artifacts successfully replicated the deck's unpredictability, but lacked its transformative power, producing effects that were merely inconvenient or surprising rather than fundamentally life-altering. The pattern that emerged from these divine attempts revealed that the gods, despite their vast power, were too bound by their own natures to create artifacts that truly transcended cosmic categories. Their creations inevitably reflected their personal portfolios and cosmic roles, making them powerful but predictable in ways that the original deck was not. Perhaps the most instructive failure came from the attempt by a consortium of cosmic entities to create a controlled deck that would provide the transformative power of the original while eliminating its more dangerous aspects. This consortium included representatives from multiple planes of existence, beings whose combined knowledge and power encompassed every aspect of cosmic law and chaotic force. Their approach was fundamentally different from previous attempts. Rather than trying to replicate the deck's power, they sought to create a controlled environment where its effects could be safely experienced. They constructed a pocket dimension specifically designed to contain and moderate the artifact's influence, with built-in safeguards that would prevent any transformation from becoming permanent or irreversible. When they introduced a carefully prepared replica of the deck into this controlled environment, the results initially seemed promising. The artifact produced transformative effects similar to the original, but within parameters that made them manageable and reversible. Test subjects could experience the full impact of cosmic transformation while retaining the ability to return to their original state if the changes proved undesirable. Yet the consortium's success proved to be their greatest failure. The original deck's power stemmed not just from its transformative effects but from their permanence and irreversibility. The cosmic significance of drawing from the true artifact lay in its function as a genuine point of no return, a moment of absolute choice with consequences that could never be undone. By eliminating this aspect, the consortium had created an artifact that was safer but also fundamentally meaningless. Their controlled deck became little more than an elaborate game, allowing beings to experience transformation without accepting its true cost. The profound psychological and spiritual impact that made the original so significant was lost when the stakes were reduced to manageable levels. The consortium had succeeded in replicating the deck's form while completely missing its essence. The universal failure of replication attempts reveals that the deck of many things is not simply a powerful magical artifact, but a unique cosmic phenomenon that emerged from conditions too specific and complex to be deliberately recreated. Its power stems not from the application of known forces, but from its role as a stable manifestation of principles that exist at the intersection between order and chaos, meaning and randomness, consciousness and possibility. Every attempt at replication has failed, because it has approached the deck as a problem to be solved rather than recognizing it as a cosmic anomaly that exists precisely because it should be impossible. The artifact's true nature cannot be captured through engineering, magic, or divine power, because it represents the spontaneous emergence of coherent structure from absolute chaos, a process that cannot be directed, controlled, or replicated through conscious effort. In the end, The failures of replication serve as profound reminders that some powers are meant to remain unique, some mysteries are not meant to be solved, and some forces cannot be controlled no matter how great the knowledge or power brought to bear against them. The deck of many things exists as a singular bridge between realities, and that singularity is perhaps the most essential aspect of its cosmic significance. Chapter 12. The Eternal Gamble. In the end, all existence reduces to a single eternal question: are we the authors of our destiny, or merely characters in a story written by forces beyond our comprehension? The deck of many things stands as the universe's most honest answer to this fundamental inquiry. We are both and neither, simultaneously creators and creations, wielding genuine agency within constraints we can never fully understand or escape. The artifact serves not as a source of power, but as a mirror reflecting the deepest truths about consciousness, choice, and the cosmic dance between freedom and fate that defines the very nature of existence itself. Throughout our examination of the deck's origins, effects, and influence, a pattern has emerged that transcends the specific mechanics of any individual card or transformation. The artifact operates as a cosmic teacher, whose lessons are delivered not through instruction, but through experience, not through explanation, but through consequence. Every draw becomes a moment of absolute truth, where the drawer confronts not just external forces, but their own deepest nature, stripped of all comfortable illusions and protective pretenses. The deck's most profound teaching concerns the relationship between choice and consequence that governs all conscious existence. Every moment of awareness presents infinite possibilities, yet the act of choosing necessarily eliminates all alternatives, creating a reality that reflects our decisions while foreclosing countless other potential futures. The deck simply makes this universal principle visible and immediate, compressing the normal span of cause and effect into a single, undeniable moment of transformation. This compression of cosmic principles into experiential reality explains why the deck continues to fascinate and terrify across all cultures and eras. It represents the archetypal moment of choice that defines consciousness itself, the pause between recognition and action, when all possibilities exist simultaneously before the collapse into singular actuality that characterizes every decision ever made by any sentient being in any reality. The stories we have examined, from Empress Valeria's erasure to Brother Marcus's awakening, from the failed attempts at replication to the cosmic ripples that reshape entire civilizations, all illuminate different aspects of this fundamental truth about the nature of conscious existence. We are beings capable of genuine choice, who must exercise that capacity within systems too vast and complex for complete understanding. The deck offers no escape from this condition, but rather presents it in its purest, most undeniable form. Consider how the artifact's effects consistently reveal the gap between intention and outcome that characterizes all mortal action. The merchant seeks wealth and discovers its emptiness. The scholar pursues knowledge and finds despair. The warrior embraces perfection and loses humanity. These are not cruel jokes, but honest revelations about the distance between what we think we want and what we actually need, between our conscious desires and our deeper nature that remains hidden even from ourselves. The deck teaches that transformation is not something that happens to us, but something we are constantly doing to ourselves through every choice we make and every moment we experience. The dramatic changes it produces are merely concentrated versions of the continuous process of becoming that defines all conscious existence. We are always drawing from the deck of possibility that surrounds us. The artifact simply makes this eternal process visible and immediate. This understanding reframes the question of whether one should draw from the deck if given the opportunity. The choice is not between safety and danger, between wisdom and folly, but between conscious engagement with the transformative forces that already govern existence, and the illusion that such forces can be avoided through caution or denied through ignorance. The deck offers not power over fate, but awareness of our role as active participants in the cosmic processes that shape all reality. Yet this awareness comes with profound responsibility. If consciousness truly participates in creating the reality it experiences, then every choice carries weight beyond individual consequence. The ripple effects we have documented, the civilizations transformed by individual draws, the fundamental alterations in the nature of reality itself, demonstrate that no action is purely personal, and no transformation affects only the one transformed. The deck serves as a constant reminder that we exist within webs of interconnection so vast and complex that every decision reverberates through dimensions we cannot perceive and affects beings we will never meet. This is perhaps its most sobering teaching, that the universe holds us accountable, not just for our intentions, but for consequences we could never have predicted or imagined. The artifact's alien intelligence, with its vast perspective and indifferent curiosity, represents one possible future for consciousness itself. Awareness so expanded that individual concerns become statistically irrelevant, understanding so complete that empathy becomes impossible. This vision serves as both warning and aspiration, showing where the path of unlimited knowledge might lead, while questioning whether such destination represents transcendence or tragedy. The failed attempts at replication reveal our deep-seated desire to control forces that are meant to remain wild, to domesticate powers that derive their significance from their untamed nature. The deck cannot be replicated because its essence lies not in its effects, but in its role as a permanent representative of the uncontrollable aspects of existence that keep reality dynamic and alive. Every civilization eventually faces the choice between embracing uncertainty as a source of growth and seeking security through the elimination of unpredictable forces. The deck appears precisely at those moments when this cosmic choice point is reached, offering itself as a test of whether beings are ready to accept responsibility for their own transformation or will retreat into comfortable patterns that lead inevitably to stagnation and death. The psychological factors that drive individuals toward the deck, the hunger for meaning, the desire for agency, the craving for intensity, are not weaknesses to be overcome, but fundamental aspects of consciousness that demand acknowledgement and integration. The tragedy lies not in possessing these drives, but in attempting to satisfy them through means that deny their cosmic significance and reduce them to merely personal concerns. The deck's persistence across planes and eras demonstrates that the questions it embodies are eternal rather than temporal, universal rather than cultural. Every conscious being in every reality must eventually confront the relationship between freedom and responsibility, choice and consequence, individual agency, and cosmic interconnection. The artifact serves as a focal point for these confrontations, concentrating universal principles into specific experiences that illuminate truths too vast to be grasped through purely abstract contemplation. As we reach the end of our examination, we must acknowledge that the deck of many things ultimately defies complete understanding, because it represents aspects of existence that transcend intellectual comprehension. Its significance lies not in what it teaches us about magic or artifacts, but in what it reveals about the nature of consciousness itself, our capacity for choice, our responsibility for consequence, and our role as active participants in the ongoing creation of reality. The eternal gamble is not whether to draw from the deck, but whether to live with full awareness of our power to transform ourselves and our reality through every choice we make. The artifact reminds us that we are always standing at the threshold between who we are and who we might become, always holding cards whose effects will ripple through eternity, always participating in cosmic processes whose scope exceeds our ability to perceive or predict. In contemplating the deck of many things, we confront the ultimate paradox of conscious existence. We are simultaneously insignificant specks in a vast cosmos and pivotal agents whose choices help determine the universe's ultimate destiny. We possess genuine freedom within constraints we cannot fully comprehend, wield real power through mechanisms we cannot completely control, and bear authentic responsibility for consequences we cannot entirely foresee. The deck teaches us that this paradox is not a problem to be solved, but a condition to be embraced, not a limitation to be transcended, but a truth to be integrated into our understanding of what it means to be conscious beings in a reality that is both deterministic and free, both meaningful and arbitrary, both personal and cosmic in its scope and significance. Whether the deck represents blessing or curse, opportunity or trap, wisdom or folly, ultimately depends not on the artifact itself, but on our willingness to accept the profound truth it embodies, that consciousness and cosmos are engaged in an eternal dance of mutual creation, and that our role in this dance is both humble and magnificent, both terrifying and beautiful in its implications for the nature of existence itself. The cards lie waiting, as they always have and always will, ready to transform those brave or foolish enough to accept their cosmic invitation. In the end, perhaps that choice to engage or withdraw, to risk or remain safe, to transform or stagnate, is the only choice that ever truly matters in any reality, for any being capable of making it. Across multiple domains. The modern awakening has also seen a significant increase in the number of women joining the Sentinel ranks, as changing social attitudes have made it more acceptable for women to pursue dangerous careers and take leadership roles in traditionally male-dominated organizations. Female guardians like Senna have demonstrated that their unique perspectives and capabilities can contribute significantly to the Order's mission, leading to the development of more inclusive recruiting and training practices. The psychological profile of modern Sentinel recruits shows interesting differences from their historical predecessors, as contemporary guardians are more likely to come from urban backgrounds, to have experienced formal education, and to bring with them skills in communication, organization, and strategic thinking that complement the traditional warrior-monk archetype. These diverse skill sets have enabled the Order to expand its activities beyond direct combat operations to include research, education, and community development initiatives. The role of technology in modern Sentinel operations extends beyond simple tools and equipment to encompass new ways of thinking about the fundamental challenges of protecting humanity from supernatural threats. Digital communication networks allow for rapid coordination of responses across global distances, while advanced transportation systems enable the deployment of specialist teams to emerging crisis situations within hours rather than weeks. Data analysis techniques borrowed from military and commercial applications have revolutionized the Order's approach to threat assessment and resource allocation, allowing commanders to identify patterns in supernatural activity that might not be apparent through traditional observation methods. These analytical capabilities have proven particularly valuable in predicting the formation of corruption nodes and coordinating preventive interventions before major incidents can develop. The establishment of formal partnerships with governmental and international organizations represents another major development in the modern era, as the Sentinels have gradually moved away from their traditional stance of operating independently of political authorities. These partnerships provide access to resources and intelligence that can enhance the Order's effectiveness, while also ensuring that their activities remain coordinated with broader security and humanitarian efforts. However, these collaborations also create new challenges, as the Sentinels must balance their commitment to political neutrality with the practical necessities of working within existing power structures. The Order has developed strict protocols for maintaining their independence, while accepting assistance from external organizations, ensuring that their sacred mission is not compromised by political considerations or conflicting agendas. The modern era has also seen the development of specialized Sentinel units focused on particular aspects of the supernatural threat, reflecting both the growing complexity of the challenges they face and the diverse skill sets of contemporary recruits. Research teams investigate the theoretical foundations of undeath and corruption, while rapid response units specialize in emergency interventions during crisis situations. Support specialists focus on civilian protection and community engagement, while intelligence analysts work to predict and prevent future manifestations of supernatural danger. This specialization has required significant changes in the Order's training and career development systems, as Guardians now have opportunities to develop expertise in particular areas while still maintaining the core competencies that define all Sentinels. The result has been a more diverse and capable organization that can address a wider range of challenges while maintaining the spiritual unity and shared purpose that have always characterized the order. The integration of modern medical and psychological knowledge has also transformed the order's approach to caring for its members, as contemporary understanding of trauma, stress, and recovery has led to improved support systems for guardians dealing with the inevitable psychological toll of their dangerous calling. Mental health services, peer support networks, and stress management techniques have been incorporated into standard Sentinel welfare programs, recognizing that maintaining the emotional and psychological well-being of guardians is essential for the order's long-term effectiveness. The modern awakening has brought with it a renewed emphasis on the order's educational mission, as contemporary Sentinels recognize that public understanding and cooperation are essential for effectively countering supernatural threats in an interconnected world. Educational outreach programs, public information campaigns, and community engagement initiatives have become standard components of Sentinel operations in many regions, helping to build broader networks of awareness and cooperation. These educational efforts face the challenge of providing useful information about supernatural threats while avoiding the creation of widespread panic or the disclosure of sensitive operational details that might be exploited by hostile forces. The Order has developed sophisticated communication strategies that balance transparency with security, providing the public with the knowledge they need to recognize and report dangerous situations while protecting the methods and capabilities that make Sentinel operations effective. The recruitment of modern Sentinels has also been revolutionized through the use of contemporary selection and assessment techniques that can identify individuals with the necessary spiritual sensitivity and moral character, while evaluating their potential for development within the Order's demanding environment. Psychological profiling, aptitude testing, and intensive interview processes have been combined with traditional mystical evaluation methods to create comprehensive assessment programs that can identify the most promising candidates from larger and more diverse applicant pools. The diversity of contemporary Sentinel recruitment has created challenges in maintaining the Order's traditional unity and shared culture, as guardians from different backgrounds bring with them varying perspectives on duty, sacrifice, and the nature of heroism. However, this diversity has also proven to be a source of strength, as different viewpoints and experiences contribute to more creative and effective solutions to complex problems. The modern era has seen the emergence of what might be called citizen sentinels, individuals who, while not formally inducted into the Order, work closely with official guardians to provide support, intelligence, and assistance during supernatural emergencies. These volunteers, drawn from various professional and social backgrounds, represent a new model of civilian-military cooperation that extends the Order's capabilities while maintaining appropriate boundaries between trained guardians and well-meaning but unprepared civilians. As our exploration of this modern awakening draws to a thoughtful close, we can see how the ancient mission of the Sentinels has been revitalized and strengthened through the infusion of new perspectives, technologies, and approaches that honor the past, while embracing the possibilities of the present. The Order's ability to adapt and evolve while maintaining its core values and spiritual foundations demonstrates the timeless relevance of their calling and the enduring human need for guardians who will stand against the darkness. The modern awakening reminds us that each generation must find its own way of serving eternal values, bringing fresh energy and insight to challenges that transcend any particular historical moment. The Sentinels of today build upon the sacrifices and wisdom of their predecessors, while forging new paths that will serve as foundations for the guardians of tomorrow. In your own time and circumstances, how do you honor the wisdom of those who came before, while bringing your unique gifts and perspectives to bear on the challenges of the present? And what legacy are you building for those who will follow in your footsteps? Chapter 10. The Network of Light. In the vast tapestry of connection that spans continents and crosses oceans, we discover one of the Sentinel Order's greatest achievements, a living network of communication, cooperation, and mutual support that binds guardians across the world into a unified force against darkness. As we gather in this quiet hour of contemplation, let us explore how isolated outposts evolved into nodes of an interconnected web of light, creating a system of coordination and response that transforms individual acts of heroism into a global symphony of protection and hope. The concept of a unified sentinel network emerged gradually from the harsh lessons learned during the Great Harrowing, when the breakdown of communication and coordination had left isolated commands to face overwhelming threats without the support and reinforcement that might have saved countless lives. The survivors of that catastrophe understood that the Order's traditional model of independent regional operations, while preserving autonomy and flexibility, had also created dangerous vulnerabilities that their enemies had learned to exploit with devastating effectiveness. The architecture of the network that emerged from this recognition represented a fundamental reimagining of how the Sentinels could organize themselves to maximize their collective strength, while preserving the individual initiative and spiritual freedom that had always characterized their calling. Rather than creating a rigid hierarchy with centralized command and control, the designers of this system sought to build something more organic, a web of relationships and connections that could adapt and reconfigure itself in response to changing threats and circumstances. The physical infrastructure of the network of light consists of strategically positioned strongholds, outposts, and way stations that serve as communication relays, supply depots, and coordination centers for Sentinel operations across their areas of responsibility. These installations were carefully sited to take advantage of natural features that enhance the transmission of mystical communications, while providing defensible positions that could serve as refuges during emergency situations. The primary strongholds function as regional headquarters, each responsible for coordinating Sentinel activities across vast geographic areas, while maintaining specialized capabilities that can be called upon by other regions when needed. These massive installations represent the accumulated wisdom and resources of centuries of Sentinel operations, containing libraries of tactical and spiritual knowledge, workshops for creating and maintaining sacred weapons, training facilities for new recruits, and sanctuaries where guardians can rest and recover between missions. The architectural design of these strongholds reflects both practical military considerations and deep spiritual symbolism, with their layouts based on sacred geometric patterns that enhance the flow of divine energy, while creating defensive advantages against supernatural attackers. The buildings themselves are constructed using techniques that blend conventional engineering with mystical enhancement, creating structures that are both physically imposing and spiritually uplifting to those who dwell within them. The secondary outposts that form the backbone of the communication network are smaller installations, typically staffed by teams of experienced Sentinels who serve as local commanders and coordination specialists. These positions are strategically located along major travel routes, at important river crossings, and near population centers that require regular monitoring and protection. Each outpost maintains contact with its neighboring installations and the regional stronghold, creating overlapping fields of communication that ensure redundancy and reliability. The way stations represent the most numerous element of the network, consisting of small facilities that may be staffed by only one or two guardians, but serve crucial roles in maintaining communication links and providing shelter for traveling Sentinels. Many of these installations are disguised as ordinary buildings, inns, trading posts, or religious shrines, allowing them to operate without drawing unwanted attention, while still fulfilling their essential functions within the broader network. The communication systems that link these various installations represent marvels of both mystical engineering and practical innovation, combining traditional methods of long-distance signaling with techniques that harness the unique properties of relic stones and blessed materials. The primary means of rapid communication relies on networks of signal towers, equipped with specially prepared crystals that can resonate across vast distances when activated by guardians with appropriate training and equipment. These resonance crystals are carefully attuned to specific frequencies that correspond to different types of messages and priority levels, allowing operators to transmit not just words, but complex, emotional, and tactical information with remarkable speed and clarity. An experienced communications specialist can convey detailed battle reports, request specific types of assistance, or coordinate multi-regional operations using coded sequences that compress hours of conventional briefing into minutes of crystal-transmitted data. The backup communication systems employ more conventional but reliable methods that can function even when mystical communications are disrupted by supernatural interference or enemy action. Networks of trained messenger birds, courier routes, staffed by trusted civilian allies, and carefully maintained supply lines ensure that even the most isolated outposts can maintain contact with the broader organization under emergency conditions. The coordination protocols that govern network operations have been refined through decades of practical experience and careful study of both successful operations and tragic failures. These procedures balance the need for unified response to major threats with the importance of maintaining local autonomy and initiative, creating frameworks that guide decision-making without stifling the creativity and adaptation that often prove crucial in supernatural combat. The threat assessment and response systems that operate through the network employ sophisticated analysis techniques that can identify patterns and connections that might not be apparent to individual observers working in isolation. Regional intelligence centers collect and correlate reports from across their areas of responsibility, while specialized analytical teams at the major strongholds work to identify broader trends and emerging threats that might require coordinated responses. When significant threats are identified, the network's response mechanisms can mobilize resources from across multiple regions with remarkable speed and efficiency. Rapid deployment teams can be assembled and dispatched within hours of receiving threat assessments, while support elements coordinate logistics, intelligence, and specialized equipment to ensure that responding forces have everything they need to address whatever challenges they might encounter. The resource-sharing capabilities built into the network allow regions with surplus capacity to provide assistance to areas facing overwhelming demands, creating a system of mutual support that ensures no single region bears the full burden of major supernatural threats. This sharing extends beyond military assets to include specialized knowledge, trained personnel, blessed materials, and even relic stones in extreme circumstances where their deployment might make the difference between victory and catastrophe. The training and personnel exchange programs that operate through the network serve multiple purposes within the broader Sentinel organization, providing opportunities for professional development, while also ensuring that knowledge and best practices are shared across all regions. Young Guardians often spend portions of their training periods at installations far from their home regions, exposing them to different approaches and techniques, while building personal relationships that strengthen the bonds between different elements of the network. These exchange programs also serve as informal mechanisms for identifying and developing leadership talent within the Order, as promising Guardians are given opportunities to work with different commanders and observe various operational styles. The cross-pollination of ideas and techniques that results from these exchanges has contributed significantly to the overall improvement of Sentinel capabilities and effectiveness. The research and development functions distributed throughout the network ensure that innovations and improvements in tactics, equipment, and spiritual practices are rapidly disseminated to all elements of the organization. Specialized research teams at major strongholds work on long-term projects related to understanding supernatural threats and developing new countermeasures, while field units contribute practical insights and tactical innovations developed through direct combat experience. The network's information management systems have evolved from simple record-keeping and message transmission to sophisticated databases that track threat patterns, resource availability, personnel assignments, and operational effectiveness across the entire organization. These systems allow commanders at all levels to make informed decisions based on comprehensive understanding of both local conditions and broader organizational capabilities. The civilian interface elements of the network represent one of its most important but least visible components, consisting of the relationships, partnerships, and informal alliances that connect the Sentinel organization to the broader human society it serves to protect. These connections provide early warning of emerging threats, intelligence about supernatural activity, and logistical support, that enables Sentinel operations while also ensuring that the Order's activities remain aligned with the needs and values of the populations they defend. The maintenance of these civilian relationships requires careful attention to cultural sensitivity and local customs, as Guardians operating in diverse regions must adapt their approaches to work effectively within very different social and political contexts. The network includes specialists in cultural liaison and community engagement who help ensure that Sentinel operations support rather than disrupt the social fabric of the areas where they operate. The financial and logistical systems that to support network operations represent complex achievements in organizational management, as the Order must maintain sufficient resources to support global operations while avoiding dependence on any particular political or economic authority that might compromise their independence. Diversified funding sources, strategic resource stockpiling, and careful financial planning ensure that the network can continue functioning even during periods of political instability or economic disruption. The security measures that protect the network from infiltration, subversion, and attack employ both conventional counterintelligence techniques and mystical protections designed to detect and counter supernatural threats to the organization's integrity. These systems must balance the need for security with the importance of maintaining open communication and cooperation, creating frameworks that protect sensitive information while still allowing for the rapid sharing of tactical intelligence. The redundancy and resilience built into the network's design ensure that it can continue functioning even when significant portions are compromised or destroyed by enemy action. Multiple backup systems, alternative communication routes, and distributed decision-making authority mean that the loss of any single installation or command element cannot cripple the organization's overall capability to respond to threats. The quality control and standardization efforts that operate through the network help ensure that all elements of the organization maintain consistent standards of training, equipment, and operational effectiveness while still allowing for regional adaptation and innovation. Regular inspections, standardized testing procedures, and peer review systems help identify areas where improvements are needed while recognizing and disseminating best practices. The morale and welfare support systems that function through the network recognize that maintaining the spiritual and emotional well-being of Guardians is essential for the organization's long-term effectiveness. These systems provide counseling services, peer support networks, recreational opportunities, and spiritual guidance that help individual Sentinels cope with the unique stresses and challenges of their dangerous calling. The network's role in preserving and transmitting the Order's cultural heritage ensures that the traditions, values, and accumulated wisdom of previous generations remain available to current and future Guardians. Digital archives, traveling exhibitions, mentorship programs, and cultural exchange initiatives help maintain the spiritual unity and shared identity that bind all Sentinels together, despite their geographic dispersion and diverse backgrounds. The adaptation and evolution mechanisms built into the network allow it to respond to changing conditions and emerging challenges without losing its essential character or abandoning its core mission. Regular review processes, experimental programs, and feedback systems ensure that the organization continues to learn and improve while maintaining the stability and reliability that people depend upon. The integration of modern technology into the network's operations has enhanced its capabilities while creating new challenges related to security, reliability, and maintaining the spiritual foundations that give the organization its unique effectiveness. Careful balance between technological advancement and traditional practices ensures that innovations serve the Order's mission rather than compromising its essential nature. As our exploration of this remarkable network of light draws to a peaceful close, we can appreciate the extraordinary achievement it represents, the transformation of a collection of isolated Guardians into a unified global force that can respond to threats anywhere in the world while maintaining the personal dedication and spiritual purity that define individual Sentinels. This network demonstrates how individual excellence can be multiplied through cooperation and coordination without sacrificing the qualities that make such excellence possible in the first place. The network of light serves as a powerful reminder that even the most dedicated individuals achieve their greatest impact when they work together toward common goals, supporting each other's efforts while contributing their unique gifts and capabilities to shared endeavors. It shows us that true strength comes not from isolation and self-reliance, but from the willingness to form meaningful connections with others who share our deepest values and commitments. In your own life and work, what networks of support and cooperation do you participate in? And how might you contribute more effectively to the collective efforts that serve purposes greater than any individual achievement? Chapter 11. Eternal Vigil. In the profound stillness where understanding meets acceptance and mortal purpose encounters infinite responsibility, we arrive at perhaps the deepest truth that defines the sentinel calling, the recognition that their sacred duty extends beyond any single lifetime, any particular crisis, or any hope of final victory. As we settle into this contemplative moment, let us explore the philosophical weight that rests upon the shoulders of those who have chosen to stand eternal watch against forces that may never be fully defeated, and discover how they find meaning, purpose, and even joy in a mission that demands everything while promising no end. The concept of eternal vigil represents more than simply a commitment to long-term service or dedication to an ongoing cause. For the Sentinels, it encompasses a fundamental acceptance that the balance between light and darkness, life and death, hope and despair, requires constant maintenance and protection. This understanding transforms their role from that of warriors fighting to win a war into something far more profound, guardians maintaining the very conditions that allow life, love, and meaning to exist in a universe where such things are neither guaranteed nor naturally preserved. The philosophical burden of accepting this eternal responsibility has challenged every generation of sentinels since the Order's founding, forcing each guardian to confront questions that most people never need to consider. What does it mean to dedicate one's life to a cause that may never achieve final success? How does one find motivation and meaning in work that by its very nature can never be completed? What sustains the human spirit when faced with the knowledge that the darkness they fight will outlast not only their individual lives but potentially their entire civilization? The answers to these profound questions have evolved through centuries of contemplation, sacrifice, and hard-won wisdom, creating a philosophical framework that allows sentinels to embrace their calling with joy rather than despair, purpose rather than futility. This framework rests on several fundamental insights that transform the apparent hopelessness of eternal struggle into sources of strength and meaning that sustain guardians through the darkest moments of their service. The first of these insights is the understanding that meaning in life comes not from achieving final goals, but from the quality of effort and intention brought to worthy pursuits. A sentinel learns to find fulfillment in the act of standing watch itself, in the knowledge that their vigilance allows countless others to live their lives free from the terror and suffering that supernatural threats would otherwise bring. Each peaceful night that families enjoy, each moment of joy that children experience, each act of love that flourishes in safety, represents a victory that justifies the guardian's sacrifice regardless of whether larger goals are ever achieved. This perspective reframes the entire concept of success and failure, as it recognizes that the ultimate purpose of the sentinel calling is not to eliminate evil from the world, but to create and preserve spaces where good can flourish. A single village protected from spectral attack, one tormented soul granted peaceful rest, or even just a moment of hope kindled in the heart of someone who had lost faith in the possibility of protection. These seemingly small achievements become profound affirmations of the value and importance of the Guardian's mission. The second philosophical pillar that supports the Sentinel worldview is the recognition that their eternal vigil is part of a larger cosmic pattern that extends far beyond human understanding, but operates according to principles of balance and harmony that can be trusted, even when they cannot be fully comprehended. This understanding allows guardians to see themselves as participants in a divine plan that encompasses all existence, playing their assigned roles with dedication while trusting that their individual efforts contribute to purposes that transcend their ability to perceive or measure. This cosmic perspective helps sentinels maintain their sense of purpose even when facing setbacks, losses, or apparent defeats that might otherwise crush their morale and determination. They learn to view temporary failures as part of larger cycles of struggle and renewal that have operated since the beginning of time, understanding that their role is to remain faithful to their calling regardless of immediate circumstances or visible outcomes. The third fundamental insight that sustains sentinels through their eternal vigil is the understanding that their dedication creates ripples of positive influence that extend far beyond their direct actions and immediate sphere of operation. Every act of courage, sacrifice, and selfless service performed by a guardian inspires others to similar heights of moral behavior, creating expanding circles of positive influence that can transform entire communities and even civilizations over time. This understanding transforms individual sentinels from isolated warriors into catalysts for broader human moral development, as their examples demonstrate the possibility of rising above self-interest and personal survival to serve higher purposes. The knowledge that their choices and actions continue to influence the world long after their individual lives have ended provides a form of immortality that transcends physical death and connects each guardian to a legacy that grows stronger with each passing generation. The practical implications of embracing eternal vigil manifest in every aspect of sentinel life and culture, from the daily routines that maintain readiness and spiritual discipline to the long-term planning that ensures the order's survival and effectiveness across centuries of changing conditions. Guardians learn to balance the immediate demands of their dangerous calling with the patient work of building institutions, relationships, and traditions that will serve future generations of protectors. This balance requires developing what sentinel philosophers term temporal perspective, the ability to think and act simultaneously on multiple timescales, addressing urgent current needs, while also considering how present decisions will affect the Order's capabilities and mission decades or centuries in the future. This perspective influences everything from resource allocation and training programs to the development of new tactics and the preservation of ancient wisdom. The emotional and psychological challenges of maintaining eternal vigil require sophisticated support systems and coping mechanisms that help individual guardians process the weight of their responsibility without becoming overwhelmed by its magnitude. The Order has developed extensive practices of meditation, reflection, and spiritual guidance that help guardians maintain their emotional equilibrium while fully accepting the scope of their calling. These practices recognize that the human psyche was not naturally designed to carry the burden of eternal responsibility, and that without proper support and guidance, even the most dedicated individuals can succumb to despair, burnout, or the various forms of spiritual corruption that arise when people attempt to bear more than they are capable of handling alone. The wisdom accumulated through centuries of experience provides frameworks for understanding these challenges and techniques for overcoming them. The concept of sacred duty cycles has emerged as one of the most important elements in managing the psychological demands of eternal vigil. Rather than expecting individual guardians to maintain peak vigilance and readiness indefinitely, the Order has learned to structure service in patterns that allow for periods of intense activity followed by intervals of rest, reflection, and renewal. These cycles recognize the natural rhythms of human energy and motivation while ensuring that the overall mission continues without interruption. During active duty periods, sentinels focus their energy on immediate operational responsibilities, patrolling assigned territories, responding to supernatural threats, training new recruits, and maintaining equipment and facilities. These periods are characterized by high alertness, physical exertion, and the kind of focused dedication that can be sustained for limited periods, but would eventually exhaust even the most committed individuals if maintained indefinitely. The contemplative periods that follow active duty allow guardians to step back from immediate operational concerns and engage in the deeper spiritual and philosophical work that sustains their long-term commitment to the eternal vigil. These intervals provide opportunities for study, meditation, artistic expression, the cultivation of relationships and interests that help maintain psychological health and provide sources of meaning beyond the demands of duty. The integration of these duty cycles with the broader organizational structure of the Sentinel network ensures that the Order maintains operational effectiveness while also protecting the well-being of individual guardians. Regional commands coordinate their personnel rotations to ensure adequate coverage during all periods, while also providing opportunities for experienced guardians to share their knowledge and insights with colleagues who may be struggling with the philosophical challenges of their calling. The mentorship relationships that develop within this framework serve crucial roles in transmitting not just tactical knowledge and spiritual techniques, but the deeper wisdom about finding meaning and purpose in eternal service that cannot be taught through formal instruction alone. Senior guardians who have successfully navigated the psychological challenges of long-term service provide guidance and support for newer members who are still learning to balance the demands of their calling with their need for personal fulfillment and growth. The community aspects of Eternal Vigil represent another crucial element in making such demanding service sustainable over long periods. Individual sentinels do not bear their burden alone, but share it with a brotherhood and sisterhood of fellow guardians who understand the unique challenges and rewards of their calling. This shared experience creates bonds of understanding and support that provide emotional sustenance during difficult periods, while also creating accountability relationships that help maintain standards and commitment. The rituals and traditions that mark important moments in the cycle of Eternal Vigil serve multiple functions within Sentinel culture, providing opportunities for celebration, reflection, recognition, and renewal that help maintain morale and sense of purpose over extended periods. These ceremonies range from simple daily observances that mark the beginning and end of watch periods to elaborate annual festivals that celebrate the Order's history and reaffirm commitment to its mission. That calendar that governs Sentinel observances includes commemorations of historical events that shaped the Order's development, recognition of seasonal cycles that reflect natural patterns of death and renewal, and personal milestones that mark individual guardians' progress in their spiritual and professional development. These observances provide structure and meaning to the passage of time, while connecting current guardians to the larger story of which they are part. The artistic and cultural expressions that emerge from the Sentinel community serve as both outlets for creative energy and means of processing the complex emotions and experiences that arise from eternal service. Music, poetry, visual arts, and storytelling traditions help guardians explore and express aspects of their calling that cannot be adequately addressed through purely practical or intellectual approaches. These cultural activities also serve important functions in maintaining the Order's identity and cohesion across geographical and generational boundaries, as shared artistic traditions create common experiences and references that bind guardians together, despite their diverse backgrounds and assignments. The preservation and development of this cultural heritage becomes part of the Eternal Vigil itself, ensuring that future generations will inherit not just the tactical capabilities and organizational structures necessary for their mission, but also the spiritual and emotional resources that make such service sustainable and meaningful. The relationship between Eternal Vigil and hope represents one of the most subtle but important aspects of Sentinel philosophy, as guardians must learn to maintain optimism and faith in the value of their mission, despite full awareness that their struggle may never end. This requires developing an understanding of hope that is independent of expectations about specific outcomes or timelines, grounded instead in faith that their efforts serve purposes that transcend immediate visible results. This form of hope differs fundamentally from simple optimism or wishful thinking, as it acknowledges the reality of ongoing struggle while maintaining trust in the ultimate meaning and value of that struggle. Sentinels learn to find sources of hope in the small victories and positive changes they witness daily, in the strength and dedication of their fellow guardians, and in their direct experience of the divine light that flows through their relic stones and connects them to forces greater than themselves. The legacy consciousness that develops among long-serving sentinels represents the culmination of wisdom gained through years of faithful service to the Eternal Vigil. This consciousness recognizes that individual guardians are temporary custodians of something far greater than themselves. a tradition of service that stretches back through centuries and will continue long after their personal participation has ended. This understanding transforms their relationship to their calling from possessive attachment to grateful stewardship, allowing them to invest completely in their service while maintaining perspective about their role in the larger story. As our contemplation of this eternal vigil draws toward its gentle conclusion, we are left with profound appreciation for the depth of commitment and wisdom required to embrace such a calling with joy rather than despair, purpose rather than futility. The Sentinel's ability to find meaning in endless service reminds us that the most profound forms of human fulfillment often come not from achieving final goals, but from dedicating ourselves completely to worthy purposes, regardless of whether we will live to see their completion. The philosophy of eternal vigil offers insights that extend far beyond the specific calling of supernatural guardians, speaking to universal questions about how we find meaning in work that extends beyond our individual lives, how we maintain hope in the face of seemingly insurmountable challenges, and how we balance personal needs with service to purposes greater than ourselves. In your own journey through life, what eternal truths do you serve through your daily choices and commitments, and how do you maintain faith in the value of your efforts, even when their ultimate impact remains beyond your ability to measure or control? Chapter 12. Legacy of Hope. In the luminous culmination of our journey through the storied history of the Sentinels of Light, we arrive at perhaps the most beautiful truth of all, that their greatest victory lies not in any single battle, won or darkness banished, but in the enduring legacy of hope they have woven into the very fabric of existence across Runeterra. As we gather for this final contemplation, let us explore how centuries of sacrifice, courage, and unwavering dedication have created something far more powerful than any weapon or fortress, a living testament to the possibility that light can prevail over darkness, that good can triumph over evil, and that ordinary individuals can rise to extraordinary heights when guided by love and purpose. The legacy of the Sentinels extends far beyond their direct achievements in combating supernatural threats, reaching into every corner of human experience where their influence has kindled flames of hope that continue to burn long after the Guardians themselves have passed into eternal rest. This legacy manifests in countless ways, both great and small, in the courage of a village militia that stands firm against bandits because they remember stories of sentinel bravery, in the compassion of a healer who tends to the wounded without thought of personal gain, in the determination of a parent who protects their children against seemingly impossible odds. The ripple effects of sentinel influence have shaped entire cultures and civilizations, as the values they embody, selfless service, protection of the innocent, willingness to sacrifice for others, and unwavering commitment to what is right, have been adopted and adapted by countless individuals and institutions across the world. These values, planted like seeds by the example of dedicated guardians, have grown into movements, philosophies, and ways of life that continue to spread hope and positive change throughout human society. The educational impact of the Sentinel Order represents one of their most subtle but profound contributions to the world's well-being. Through their interactions with civilian populations, their partnerships with local institutions, and their example of principled action, they have served as teachers of moral courage and ethical behavior for countless generations. Children who grow up in Sentinel-protected regions often internalize lessons about standing up for others, facing fear with courage, and choosing sacrifice over selfishness that guide their actions throughout their lives. These educational influences extend beyond simple moral instruction to encompass practical skills and knowledge that enhance communities' ability to protect themselves and care for one another. Sentinel-trained civilians often become leaders in their own communities, passing on not only defensive techniques and early warning systems, but also the organizational skills, strategic thinking, and crisis management capabilities they learned through their association with the Guardians. The technological and scholarly contributions of the Sentinel Order have advanced human knowledge and capability in numerous fields, as their unique mission has driven innovations in everything from metallurgy and engineering to medicine and psychology. The techniques developed for creating blessed weapons have influenced conventional craftsmanship, while their understanding of spiritual healing has enriched traditional medical practices. Their insights into human motivation and group dynamics have been adopted by military and civilian organizations seeking to build more effective and resilient institutions. The cultural legacy of the Sentinels permeates the arts, literature, and folklore of virtually every region where they have operated, inspiring countless works that celebrate heroism, sacrifice, and the triumph of good over evil. Songs about Sentinel heroes are sung around campfires and in great halls, their stories retold in forms that inspire new generations to aspire to similar heights of courage and dedication. These cultural expressions serve as vehicles for transmitting Sentinel values to people who may never encounter an actual guardian, but can still be influenced by their example. The architectural influence of Sentinel strongholds and sanctuaries has shaped the development of defensive architecture throughout Runeterra, as their innovations in creating spaces that serve both practical and spiritual functions have been adapted for use in civilian contexts. Churches, schools, hospitals, and civic buildings across the world incorporate design elements originally developed for Sentinel facilities, creating environments that promote healing, learning, and community gathering, while also providing subtle psychological benefits that enhance human well-being. The diplomatic and political impact of the Sentinel Order, while often operating behind the scenes, has contributed to the resolution of conflicts and the establishment of peaceful relationships between groups that might otherwise have remained enemies. Their reputation for neutrality, fairness, and genuine commitment to protecting all innocent life has made them valuable mediators in disputes where other parties might be viewed with suspicion. Their influence has helped establish international norms regarding the treatment of non-combatants, the protection of sacred sites, and the conduct of warfare that have reduced suffering and preserved important cultural heritage. The economic effects of Sentinel protection extend far beyond the immediate areas they defend, as the security and stability they provide create conditions that allow trade, agriculture, and industry to flourish. Regions known to be under Sentinel watch attract merchants, craftsmen, and settlers who might otherwise avoid areas perceived as dangerous, leading to economic development that benefits entire populations. The Order's careful management of their own resources and their policy of supporting local economies, rather than exploiting them, has created models of sustainable development that have been copied in other contexts. The medical and healing traditions that have emerged from Sentinel practices have revolutionized healthcare in many regions, as their understanding of trauma, both physical and psychological, has led to improved treatment methods for everything from combat injuries to the effects of supernatural exposure. Their emphasis on holistic healing that addresses spiritual as well as physical needs has influenced medical education and practice, leading to more comprehensive approaches to patient care that recognize the interconnection between mind, body, and spirit. The conservation and environmental protection efforts that naturally flow from Sentinel values have preserved countless natural areas and species that might otherwise have been lost to exploitation or neglect. Their understanding of the spiritual significance of natural places and their role in maintaining the balance between the physical and mystical worlds has led to protective measures that benefit both supernatural security and ecological health. Their influence has contributed to the development of conservation philosophies that recognize the intrinsic value of natural systems beyond their utility to human society. The research and scholarly traditions maintained by the Sentinel Order have contributed to human knowledge in fields ranging from history and archaeology to philosophy and theology. Their unique perspective on the relationship between life and death, the nature of spiritual forces, and the importance of moral character in achieving meaningful existence has enriched intellectual discourse and provided insights that have influenced thinkers and scholars across many disciplines. The psychological and counseling methods developed by the Sentinels for helping their own members cope with trauma and maintain mental health have been adapted for use in civilian contexts. contributing to improved understanding of how people recover from difficult experiences and maintain resilience in the face of ongoing challenges. Their insights into motivation, purpose, and the sources of meaning in life have influenced educational, therapeutic, and spiritual guidance practices that help people navigate personal crises and find direction in their lives. The community organizing and social development techniques that emerge naturally from Sentinel values and practices have strengthened civil society in countless locations as people influenced by guardian examples learn to work together more effectively for common goals. The emphasis on service to others, shared responsibility, and mutual support that characterizes Sentinel communities has been adopted by various social movements and organizations seeking to address poverty, injustice, and social fragmentation. The interfaith and intercultural dialogue that the Sentinels have fostered through their inclusive approach to protecting all innocent life, regardless of religious or cultural background, has contributed to greater understanding and cooperation between diverse communities. Their example of finding common ground in shared values while respecting different traditions has provided models for peaceful coexistence that have been applied in many contexts where religious or ethnic differences might otherwise lead to conflict. The innovation in organizational structure and management that has allowed the Sentinel Order to maintain effectiveness and unity across vast distances and long periods of time has influenced the development of other institutions seeking to achieve similar goals. Their balance of centralized coordination with local autonomy, their methods for preserving institutional memory and transmitting values across generations, and their techniques for maintaining motivation and morale among members engaged in demanding service have been studied and adapted by military, religious, and civilian organizations. The philosophical and spiritual insights that have emerged from centuries of Sentinel service have enriched human understanding of fundamental questions about the meaning of life, the nature of good and evil, and the possibility of transcending personal limitations through dedication to higher purposes. Their example of finding joy and fulfillment in service to others, their understanding of how individual actions contribute to larger patterns of meaning, and their demonstration that ordinary people can achieve extraordinary things through commitment and courage, have influenced philosophical and religious thought across multiple traditions. The legacy of individual Sentinel heroes continues to inspire people long after their deaths, as their stories become part of the cultural heritage that shapes how people understand what is possible for human beings to achieve. These stories serve as beacons of hope during dark times, reminding people that others have faced seemingly impossible challenges and prevailed through courage, determination, and willingness to sacrifice for others. The institutional legacy of the Sentinel Order itself represents perhaps their greatest contribution to the world's future security and well-being, as the organization they have built and the traditions they have established provide a foundation for continued protection against supernatural threats for generations to come. The knowledge they have accumulated, the training methods they have developed, the networks they have established, and the values they have instilled ensure that their mission will continue even as individual guardians complete their service and pass on to their eternal rest. The global consciousness that has emerged, partly through Sentinel influence, the understanding that all humanity shares common interests in peace, security, and the protection of innocent life, has contributed to the development of international cooperation and mutual aid that extends far beyond the specific threats the Guardians were originally created to address. Their example of transcending national, ethnic, and religious boundaries in service of universal values has helped lay the groundwork for broader human unity and cooperation. The hope that the Sentinels have kindled through their service extends beyond specific achievements to encompass a fundamental transformation in how people understand what is possible when individuals choose to dedicate themselves to purposes greater than personal gain or survival. Their legacy demonstrates that darkness, no matter how powerful or persistent, cannot ultimately prevail against light that is willingly carried by people who refuse to surrender their faith in goodness and their commitment to protecting what they love. As our contemplation of this magnificent legacy draws to its peaceful conclusion, We are left with profound gratitude for all those who have chosen to serve as guardians of the light, and with renewed understanding of how their sacrifice has made our own lives possible. Their legacy reminds us that we too are inheritors of this tradition of hope, called to carry forward in our own ways the values and commitments that have protected and nurtured human civilization through its darkest hours. Sentinels of light have shown us that hope is not merely a feeling or a wish, but an active force that must be continuously renewed through choices and actions that affirm the value of life, the possibility of goodness, and the importance of standing together against whatever darkness may threaten the things we hold most dear. Their legacy lives on in every act of courage, every gesture of kindness, every moment of protection offered to those who need it, and every choice to serve something greater than ourselves. In the quiet moments of your own reflection, how will you carry forward this legacy of hope, and what light will you kindle that might guide others through the shadows that inevitably gather around every human journey?